Good morning, SAPCO department led by the Director General and the DDGs present. Good morning, USAf. I know that USAf CEO, you are here, and the chairs of USAf is not able to be here, but we do have a representative from USAF. I really appreciate that. NSFAS department, ministry's office, and the department officials, party political support that is here. So today, as you know, we're having a very important discussion, a discussion that some of us hold dearly to our hearts, and is that we're having a discussion on the student debt and the withholding of student certificates in the PSET system, universities, TVET colleges, CETs. And then we're hoping at the end of this, we'll come to a solution. A lot has been said about how to resolve student debt. And so we're hoping that today we will get to a practicable solution for us to really put this thing behind us. So we'll get a sense of how many graduates have finished their degrees and they don't have the certificates to enable them to be able to participate meaningfully in the mainstream economy. So we're hoping that at the end of the meeting, we're going to get a clearer picture. But what is important for us is to get solutions. This might not be the end of our session today, Mbovu, because we must also bring in the view of SAFETA and SAUS on this program of withholding certificates. And so the views of students must come to the fore. But today we'll get a sense of where we are. We do, like I said, have different proposals. Our proposals, we're hoping that when us in the committee, the representing different political parties, when we bring proposals, they're not going to be proposals that are hateful to students or are hateful to institutions. But we are hoping that the proposals that we will bring, they are going to be able to help us to cushion everybody, but ensure that students do get an opportunity to participate in the mainstream economy. We're hoping that those solutions will also give credence to the fact that those who owe institutions, we believe that they should be paying, because the debt of these institutions, some of it you have put it as a surety for getting some loan to building student accommodation, and it must not be, our solutions must not be unfair to the institutions, the survivals of the institutions. Yesterday we had a budget vote, Director General, which was very successful. The budget vote that were debated yesterday is around 149.2 billion of the funds there, and about 50.5 billion of it will go to NSFAS. In my opening, I did indicate, Dr. Matutu, that creating access like that is good by creating more bursaries. But if that is not balanced with giving institutions grants or universities grants to create this access, will be a problem because the NSFAS grant as we speak now is above the grants that we give to all universities, which creates a problem. The retention of your skilled professionals, the creation of the infrastructure for these kids to access becomes a problem for universities. And we said when we debated yesterday in my speech, DG, that this is something that we must look at. And if in the midterm we're able to convince Treasury to assist, let's do so. In fact, in real terms, these grants that we give to universities have actually decreased in the number of maybe couple of years. It has actually went down, and will run a risk of having students with more bursaries available but no spaces to get at universities because the infrastructure at universities we have not taken care of that part. So we are hoping that in the medium term the department and the ministry will take that probably to National Treasury. The minister did indicate that he's open to all views, including on how to stabilize the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. And we're hoping that members will take this opportunity to write even to the minister and say, Minister, you have asked that we give you ideas. This is what we suggest should be done moving forward. So members, the minister has asked you to give him those ideas. Please take this opportunity and write to them. But we are here to discuss about the student debt and the withholding of certificates. We're hoping that we'll not be here for too long because I'm hoping our session will be solution driven, obviously scientific, but solution driven. And then hopefully at the end of our meeting we'll get those things. So we are going to start by introducing ourselves. And then after introducing ourselves, we are going to then go to the presentation. So, or maybe after that I'll go to apologies and then we'll deal with presentation. So when we introduce ourselves, we know members we must be very clear, the designation, the institution, and your full name so that there's no ambiguity on in what capacity you are here for. My name is Teboholitsi. I'm a member of parliament. I'm a member of this portfolio committee, and I am the chairperson of this portfolio committee. So I'll give Anele, then Tande will start with you. We'll move this way until we end here with the move.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members and everyone. My name is Anele Kabingesi, and I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, honourable members, honourable Chair, DG and colleagues. My name is Thandi Lewin. I am the DDG for University Education at the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, DG and the colleagues. My name is Sam Zunga, DDG for TVET Colleges in the Department of Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members, Chair, and the senior officials in various institutions. My name is Petwe Matutu. I'm the CEO of Universities South Africa. Thank you.
So I'm told that that section has got a problem. If you can just sit here next to Dr. Matutu, and then President Kekana, sit next to the DG. Yes, you can go ahead.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members, and the DG, senior management. My name is Charles van Heerden. I'm the Treasurer General of SAPCO. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson of the PC, honorable members, DG and DDGs, colleagues, my name is Tebo Kekana. I'm the president of South African Public Colleges Organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Director General of the Department, Nkosinathi Sishi.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, DG, DDGs, and colleagues. I am Fundiswa Sotenjwa. I'm the Acting Chief Director, Institutional Governance and Management Support, Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and honourable members of the committee, colleagues from DHET, the DG, Dr. Sishi, and members of DHET present. I'm Robert Balfour, I'm the Vice Chancellor of UWC, and I'm here representing USAf's board.
No, thank you. We've got an intern at the back there who comes from UWC. So I thought I must just let you know, the one at the back, that she will introduce herself when the time comes. You know, when you walked in there, I was chatting to her, and she said, "Wow, is that my rector?" You know. So yeah.
My name is Malusi Daniel Ramoroka, the Acting Chief Director, Exam TVET and CET, Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, DG, DDGs, colleagues. I'm Richard Midire, the Director for Student Development and Support in the TVET branch, DHET.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, honourable members, DG and DHET Senior Management. I'm Zerki Baer. I'm the Chief Director for TVET Financial Planning. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honourable members, the Director General and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampejo. I'm the Parliament and Cabinet Liaison in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honourable members, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the Teacher. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, Executive Secretary to Honourable Letsie.
Good morning, I'm Tamar Khan, a journalist with Business Day.
Good morning, my name is Lesego Maluka. I am the researcher for Rise Mzansi.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Zanda Magida. I am a graduate trainee for the committee section, and I am the UWC intern.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, colleagues. I'm Spoga Zigana, the ANC caucus researcher.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Klolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson, members. My name is Wasim Karam. I work at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honourable members. My name is Maki Matolwana, and I'm heading the Closeout project from NSFAS. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and everyone. Agnetha Orense, the researcher for the committee.
Okay, before Mampi, so you are heading the closeout project for NSFAS?
Right, Chair.
Okay, because the closeout project has got university part, you've got SIU, you've got NSFAS. That's what I wanted to understand. So you are at NSFAS?
Driving it, Chair, from NSFAS.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and everyone. I'm Mampaho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Tabile Lungwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. My name is Sipoga Zicele from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Admin Assist. Thank you, Chair.
We've got 2 deputy ministers in this department.
Apologies, Chair, for Deputy Minister Dr. Dube Ngube. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, DG. Honorable members, my name is Nhlanhla Ngubane, Cabinet and Parliament's Assistant in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
You forgot to say congratulations to Paris. Last time when we met, you were all talk.
No, congratulations for the goal you were scored for. You know, ish.
Yeah, you can close the mic. You are not. The office of the minister is not helping itself. Dr. Christians.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Delmaine Christians, Member of Parliament and Member of the Committee.
Manbulisa kuwe sihlalo amalungu eBhunga. Qeqeshi jikelele osekela DDGs. Igama lami ndinguyanga Govana ndililungu lale committee. Molweni.
Nwenkia. My name is Ashley Koike, the first Souls, and I clean the chairperson's shoes.
Good morning, Chair, morning colleagues, to the DG and the department officials and all other invited guests that will engage today. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
And Mpedi, if you can introduce yourself quickly.
Tobela, Musamu Shabela, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, and I'm just stepping in for the chairperson of USAf. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. Now that we know who's here, and we also know those who are bitter, who do not want to congratulate a team that won a treble, 3 cups in one season. Last season, we gave one to people we thought our brothers, but they did not appreciate it. We took it. We took everything. We took 3 out of 4 domestic trophies. And we were told we won because somebody scored for us. Pirates scored over 70 goals in one season. And people want to reduce it to an own goal that was forced by the presence of the great ghosts, but we're not there. We're hoping that our neighbors will get something next season. We don't know what, but we're hoping so that they stop celebrating negative things. They must start celebrating what they bring home. On apologies, we have the apologies of the minister and the deputy ministers that are in cabinet. Would have wanted them to be here, at least one of them to be here to lead this strategic part, because we're hoping this meeting is going to come with solutions for the whole PSET system for universities. I mean, this thing of student debt, I can just imagine, Dr. Matutu, that a university makes a budget. And in a budget, it says, I've got 60% students that will come from NESFA. So that will be money that should be guaranteed that comes. But they've got 40% that come from private, self-funded, private sponsors and all of that. Maybe 15% of it is self-funded. So, but you budget for it. You say, this is how much I'm going to pay staff. At the beginning of the year, you negotiate with unions. Union says we want 7%. You agree because of the projections of the numbers. And then the entire 15%, let's say they make up about 400 million of, because it includes tuition, it includes accommodation, maybe let's say it makes 400 million in that particular year. And only the only amount you get there is 80 million. So you are in deficit of 320 million, which ordinarily would have, budgeted for and agreed with your labor unions on increases, agreed, the municipal tax, municipal rates and taxes that obviously would have came, and then you are now in deficit of, let's say, 300 million. I can imagine it's a big stress that universities leadership goes through. We really do sympathize with yourself. We don't want to sit here, Prof. Lewin, and act like you don't have these stresses. You do, because these are realities. Because if, for an example, you don't pay your staff, even if it's for 2 days and you pay them after 2 days because somehow money came in from somewhere, their debit orders, some of them would have bounced, and no one wants that. Tomorrow, people get poached from these institutions with these financial instabilities because of these things. They are poached by big institutions with financial muscles, and therefore the gap between some of our institutions and the best institutions keep growing because of the best academics don't want to have this unnecessary stress of being paid 2 days later and all of that. So we do sympathize with yourselves. It's not something that, we want to pretend as if it doesn't exist. We know it exists. We know sometimes we're a bit harsh on yourselves. It's not because we don't think you've got challenges. We do know that you do have challenges, but we just sometimes think that we could be handling some of the things differently. So we're hoping, like I've said earlier on, I believe that government should be playing a better role in supporting our universities with our grants. I mean, in the past few years, they've not really grown actually. In real terms, the grants that we're giving to the universities to support them on a number of things, including the infrastructure grants there, have not really grown. It's a good thing that we've grown the NSFAS amount to about 50.5 billion this year, which is in line with the President's SONA commitments. But we don't think not increasing the grants to universities to build this infrastructure so that these students that will give bursaries to do have spaces at our institutions. We must find, DG, like I said, we must find a way in the midterm to try and close this gap on the grants that we give to both universities and TVET colleges, especially on the building of infrastructure. Next week, Wednesday, we are, on behalf of universities, we are having a joint meeting with basic education and public works and infrastructure. Public works, when we did oversight, this came about because when we were doing oversight at the beginning of the year, there were institutions that told us that they are situated in areas that are owned by public works and they can't invest in them. For an example, is it Whitley C in Walter Sisulu, Whitley C campus. They could not do anything there because they don't own the property where they are there. There was, a huge potential to invest in that particular, in lecture rooms, in, ablution facilities and all of that, but they can't because the land there and the buildings are owned by public works. I'm just making that example. This is not the only one, including TVET colleges and all of that. So we said we must have the meeting with the public works because I don't understand why public works, which is a government department will not simply transfer this land to another public entity, give it maybe to higher education, and higher education can have some arrangement with how they're going to transfer to a university or a TVET college at this particular land, because at the end of the days, the students and staff were suffering there. That area we went to, it's a bit high up, and the water in that area comes from, downstream. And in order for water to get there for ablution facilities is a mess. So they have to build now a pump to take it up there. But the water will then only get to a campus, and it will not benefit communities around there, which is something also that, sometimes we have to think about. Or when you bring in an institution, DG, in an area, and I know that you guys, as the department, invested about 300 or so million in Alice on a water thing there that also must benefit the community of Alice, because it does not make sense that in an institution of higher learning you have these great facilities, but as soon as you walk out, there's a problem. There's no water in, it doesn't really make sense for us. So next week we're having this meeting, Prof. Lewin, with an understanding that this is one government which must have one plan, and this plan must not mean that somebody must pay for something. I think we must just get this lands that are being used by our institutions to this institution, so that they're able to invest in them, make sure that they benefit the intended people. So, DG, or from members, we do have quite a number of apologies. We have the apology of Honorable Low, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Khakao. All three of them who are not in the province. We have an apology of Honorable Msezana, who says he's fallen sick throughout the night. I don't know where he went. Maybe there's somewhere he went, that's why he's not well. And those are the apologies we have. We don't have any other apology. So DG, I'm going to give you to lead this present. It's an important meeting for us. We're hoping that, I know Honorable Lonzi has got, in his organization, they've got ideas on how to, they've threatened since last year that they are bringing a private members bill to Parliament. So I'm hoping that he will walk in at any given time to argue their private members' perspective. We've got our own, Prof. Matud. We believe ours is comprehensive. We believe we'll share it with you, we'll lobby you on it, because we believe ours is comprehensive. It does not punish one side over the other. It's not a campaign strategy. We don't have time to play with the lives of our people. We want to bring practicable solutions on the table, and we want you to honestly criticize them so that we go polish them. But at the end, we want the same thing, that those who graduate must be given opportunities to go and find employment, create employment. They must get their certification. The universities and TVET colleges must be paid for the service that they've rendered. And then I think when we're done, you'll agree with us that there was only one solution on the table. Mbovua, maybe you have a different perspective. I know the campaign strategy from your political party is that free education. I agree with you, but let's solve this problem now. We do have, they will tell us how many certificates are there. They will tell us that the debt is between 20 and 30 billion now. Let's come with solution on solutions on how do we get every party living without suffering or without being made a sacrificial lamb. There are those who are saying, let government pay. That is in my view, a short-sighted one, because in 3 years' time we'll be back here. So we must find a solution that does not only resolve what we are talking about, but it prevents what we are talking about from reoccurring in the future. And I think our solution that we will lobby you in this meeting, Honorable Koike, but we are going to lobby everybody. We'll all rally behind it. We're told that we don't have ideas. We're bringing serious ideas and want to lobby you on them. As when the portfolio committee ends, DG, let's get solutions. Let's make sure that hundreds of thousands of students who don't have their certificates, they get them. They go and participate in the mainstream economy, and they are able to take their families out of the bondage of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So we're hoping, DG, that you'll set the tone now as you are going to open the presentation or lead the presentations with the DG's remarks. DG.
Thank you very much, Chair, and for your remarks. But I also must thank you and honourable members for the successful processing of the budget of the Department of Higher Education. It's a symbolic occurrence in the calendar of Parliament to allocate resources that would have been an improved budget from previous allocations, as it is the case in the education budget. We also paid attention to the comments made by stakeholders that have made inputs into this budget, and we trust that our commitment to ensuring that these resources drive the agenda for change, the agenda for better quality, and agenda for success and access to better post-school education and training education in our country continues. We thank you very much for this, Honourable Chair. The department has over the years received numerous requests from students who have completed their diplomas and degrees but still owe fees in our institutions. The department engages with universities, with TVET colleges and other institutions continuously on this. Allow me to just go back to 2021, because that's the year at which, as a department, we engaged USAf. And USAf is well represented today. And I look forward to hearing their take on it. Of course, the study that they did in 2021 at the request of the department, they may have, since then emerged, new knowledge and new better solutions to the problems of the time. But it remains an important point of reference because it shows that the sector has always been concerned about this, and there's been work done to try and find solutions in this regard. And I trust that those will be part of the many inputs that we can expect. A survey was conducted which confirmed that most universities have mechanisms in place to support students who have completed their qualifications. And that these mechanisms, which includes issuing letters or certificates confirming completion of qualifications, as well as providing academic transcripts where required, particularly for employment verification or access to further study opportunities are some of the mechanisms that are used by our institutions to manage the challenge, which is well stated in the remarks of the chairperson. In the light of these concerns by the entire sector, including our TVET colleges, and we have the president of SAPCO here with us, and we look forward to hearing from him as well an angle, of our colleges, so that we have got a more holistic view of what can be done. I believe the leadership of the post-school education and training is capable of helping us find these solutions. The legal opinion that we sought as part of the quest for legal clarity on whether the constitution it was constitutionally permissible for universities to withhold certificates and related academic records from students, acknowledged the inconvenience, prejudice, and anxiety caused to students who require these documents for employment or further study opportunities. I'm not going to get into the detail of it because I believe that in the presentations, some of these issues will be lifted. But it's important that I make that point because there is quite decent work that has been done to try and facilitate a conversation in the system that directs itself towards finding a solution. Any legal argument around this matter would, amongst others, also consider Section 21. Section 29 1B, that provides for areas that inform this work. It's also important that we make reference to the aspect of the Constitution that speaks to the powers of the minister and the mandate of the minister in this regard. In Section 29 1A, stating that everyone has a right to basic education, including adult basic education. Interestingly, when it comes to further education, the Constitution speaks of progressive realization. And some of these are the issues that in a conversation of this nature may need to be looked into. I wish to indicate that as issues around the withholding of certificates and academic records is primarily linked to outstanding debt and owed to institutions. And this practice is not just limited to universities. This practice actually is well reported in our TVET colleges. And so it would not be fair to just look at universities only in the conversation as if they are the only ones who would have done it. But also it is important to be guided by law in the manner in which we gravitate towards solutions. In our presentation today, we will provide an overview of traditional university student debt between 2024, an overview of comprehensive universities, and how this affects them. We also would look into universities of technology. And overall, the total student debt across South African universities reflect a significant financial challenge, with tuition and accommodation fees amounting to more than 45 billion rands and gross debt reaching to 23 billion rands. The impairment figure stands at 15.29 billion, indicating a substantial portion of this debt that is unlikely to be recovered, as the report would suggest. The net student debt totaled to 8.7 billion, resulting in a student debt ratio of 52.2%. In comparison with the previous year, recorded a total tuition and accommodation fees of 40 billion, with gross debt of 22.9 billion and net student debt of 9.7 billion, results in a slightly higher debt ratio of 56.3. The trend continues, with early year reporting indicating that 38.13 billion in fees and 18.81 billion in gross debt and 7.5 billion in net student debt, reflecting a 49.3 billion debt ratio. The data submitted indicates a significant escalation in student debt across the post-school education and training system. It shows increase that is attributable to a combination of factors, including rising tuition fees and accommodation costs, ongoing household financial pressures, historical debt accumulation, growth in student enrollments, and unresolved NSFAS reconciliation and closeout processes, and limited debt recovery capacity at some institutions. In the presentation, there are proposals that we make. They are not exhaustive. As I indicate that most of the solutions that have been generated, they are based on new information that continues to accumulate, and each day we are wiser for it. Better still if we were to find sustainable solutions in that regard. I thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity, and request that we invite you to the presentation to be led by my colleagues. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. Deputy Chair. This is the chair. I'm going to carry on in the absence of the chair, if that's okay. So I thank you to Anele for the computer. This is, oh, there we go. I was having trouble with it. So this presentation, I will start with the university picture, and then my colleague DDG Zungu will take over to talk about the TVET situation. The focus of this is on the withholding of certificates by universities, as the DG has already introduced, and then we are providing an overview of student debt issues in the university sector. I will explain a little bit about where that data comes from and why it differs from some of the data that USAf is also going to be presenting today. But primarily want to also give you a picture of student debt in relation to the financial health of our university system, and then do some conclusions, hopefully with a focus also on solutions. Just to acknowledge, honourable members, that student debt has become a major concern affecting university students, households and government. We're really concerned that despite growing investment from the state into supporting students to access higher education, that student debt continues to grow even as the investment in higher education continues to grow. And we are hopefully, we have already, the chairperson has already talked about this quite significantly, but this really does affect young people leaving university, their employability, and the prospects of graduates who rely on certificates and certainly also rely on being able to show that they've graduated. But it also puts additional strain on financially vulnerable households. We think that it requires coordinated attention. We agree with you on that. We continue to invest significantly in student funding through NSFAS. We need to do more comprehensively, and we are trying to expand access to higher education, which we are doing. But the growing student debt is a very, very worrying trend in our system. And rising tuition costs, accommodation and living costs, as well as the debt accumulation for both NSFAS qualifying and fee-paying students, students who are self-funded, as well as unresolved NSFAS reconciliation continues to place pressure on the universities, as the chairperson has already outlined. I think we continue to receive concerns on a regular basis from students and graduates whose certificates have been withheld, and academics are withheld, and academic records are also withheld. However, and many of these concerns are raised by students who've actually left institutions, have completed but remain indebted, and are keen to get their original certificates or participate in graduation processes. However, as institutions will show, they have provided they have provided a number of interventions that USAf will talk to. In 2021, as the DG referred to, we requested USAf to look at this issue and to give us a sense of what the institutional practices were in relation to the withholding of certificates and academic transcripts, and also to get USAf to develop a minimum set of recommendations and guidelines that would allow for the sector to do something about this issue. And the survey confirmed for us and for USAf that most institutions do have practices in place to allow students to receive their certificates, to allow them to access employment and further study. And that has not been the main issue. We do occasionally get concerns from employers where we are able to. We also are able to engage with employers if they are causing problems for students in accessing further employment. But generally, that seems not to be the major problem. Most universities will issue letters confirming completion, and they will provide academic transcripts where these are required for employment or for further studies. But of course, this is still a big issue of concern, and part of the discussion today is to look at what we can do maybe differently in the sector to allow students to be able to access further employment, and to ensure that this doesn't negatively affect, but more importantly, to address the issue of student debt holistically. We also sought legal clarity, as the DG mentioned, on whether the withholding of certificates by universities is constitutionally permissible. The legal opinion actually acknowledged the prejudice and hardship, but at the same time recognized that given Section 29, and given that universities are autonomous, they have contractual arrangements with students, and that institutions do have a legitimate obligation to recover monies owed to them. I will confirm that also in relation to the Higher Education Act, we expect institutions to be financially independent and sustainable and over the long term, and we do monitor this, and I'll show you that now. So unfortunately, universities are highly reliant on tuition fees, and are, as you can hear from what the DG said and what I will show, they are losing a lot of income due to impaired debt. So the legal opinion says that it does not in itself deprive students of a constitutional right, provided that universities are ensuring that students are at least be able to show that they have a qualification, have completed a qualification, and that they're able to access their academic results to show employers and future study applications that they are able to, that they have completed their degrees. But the underlying issue remains the growing challenge of student debt, and that includes debt that's owed by self-funded students and NSFAS-funded students, and the high impairment. So our figures are going to differ. I see the USAf figures are slightly higher now. This figure, I think we obtained earlier this year, that over 165,000 certificates are being withheld in our public university system due to students who have outstanding debt. And it's a very high number, whichever way you look at it, and it's a very worrying number. I believe the number that USAf will present is actually even higher. So I think we can agree that this is a very serious challenge. And we are, as I've said, we're particularly worried about the fact that even though we're investing more and more money as a state in student financial aid, that we continue to have at the same time massive growth in student debt. And I think we need to understand better what's going on there. We also concerned that it's growing across all institutions, but there are particular concerns about universities of technology where the debt is particularly high. Between 2022 and 2024, gross student debt increased from about 18 billion, which was already extremely high, to approximately 24 billion. I will tell you that this comes from the audited financial statements of the universities, which is why we're looking at 2024. It will also explain why the data that USAf presents might be slightly different and slightly higher, because the data that they have collected was collected at the beginning of this academic year. And also collecting at the beginning of the academic year the debt tends to be higher because there are payments that are often still outstanding. Tuition and accommodation fees are increasing, although you will know that we are at least in some kind of an institutional compact, we are regulating informally tuition fees and accommodation fees, but we need to head for a more regulated environment. Impairment levels have also increased, which is really, really worrying. I'll show you the figures just now. And we are worried particularly about historically disadvantaged institutions. I know, honourable members, you were at UWC last week. UWC is not a wealthy university at all. It's a very successful university, but it is an historically disadvantaged university, and it's under particular pressure. And it is one of the reasons why there are issues around the maintenance backlog of the residences. So some of the universities of technology and HDIs are having very, very high student debt ratios. A major contributor to the growth in student debt is also the rising cost of accommodation, and we're very concerned about accommodation-related debt linked not only to students who are self-funded, but also to students who are NSFAS funded, given the cap and the fact that there is a significant amount of accommodation that is above the cap, particularly in urban institutions and some of the institutions in the more expensive urban areas. We're very worried about the shortage of affordable student housing, rising private accommodation costs, the increasing transport expenses, which to some extent are out of all of our control given global issues, as well as the delays in accommodation payments from NSFAS. And these issues do tend to compound the financial burden on students and institutions. And in particular, the issue around the NSFAS closeout and reconciliation processes, which we will also talk about, I'm sure. And those things, the continuous lack of closeout, which will never end until we have integrated data systems with NSFAS and institutions, which has still not happened after many, many years. If that doesn't happen, we will continue to have closeout issues on an annual basis with institutions. Universities, I have to say, and they will talk to it, are implementing several measures to recover outstanding student debt and also to manage financial sustainability. And these include adjusting clearance processes during registration, adjusting minimum upfront payments, and you will know that this is consistently an issue at the beginning of the academic year. Universities use acknowledgement of debt agreements. Universities have all kinds of concessions in place. Universities spend quite significant proportions of their own council-controlled funds on providing financial aid to students. And some universities also have loan schemes in place as well to assist students. So I think that you'll find that universities are doing a lot and are trying to adopt more compassionate and student-centered approaches. However, and partnering with CETAs, of course, but however, the issue continues to persist at a national level. Honourable members, this part of the presentation, I want to say, comes from a report that the department produces every year called the Financial Health Report. In the past, we haven't been very good at putting it out there in public, but I'm really starting to think it's quite important that we do, because what this does is this is our analysis of the financial health of universities. And why it's important is because when we talk to the AG and we come to you and present our APPs, you see a lot of reports that the university branch produces, and everyone's like, Why is the university branch producing reports? That's not real work that you're doing. And what I'm hoping to show you a little bit of today, and to show my colleagues, is that this is the real work that the university branch does do and is supposed to be doing, which is to monitor issues like student debt, to monitor the financial health of our institutions, and to then be able to present some of this in this way. And that hopefully you can see that some of the real work that we do in monitoring and providing oversight of universities is located in some of these reports. So colleagues, this slide looks at total income to universities, and this is from the financial statements of the universities, the AFS, which are public documents, but which we then put together into this analysis. The total income in the system was 125.4 billion. And what this does is by showing you the primary income context, it then looks at the proportion of that was coming in tuition and accommodation fees, which is 45.1 billion. So that's 35.9% of total income at universities comes from tuition and accommodation fees. This proportion changes from year to year, but it shows you how reliant institutions are on this important income stream. And that fee stream is the income source that's most directly linked to student receivables. And it's against that base that gross student debt stood at 24.0 billion, which is 53.2% of the tuition and accommodation income. So half the accommodation and tuition fee income is expressed in the debt figure. The sector impairs 15.3 billion of the debt book in terms of the annual financial statements in 2024, which leaves net student debt of 8.7 billion, which is thought to be the collectible student debt, and that's only 36.3% of the gross student income debt. So you can see that it's not just a student support issue, this issue of student debt, it's also an issue of affecting an income stream of universities. So the questions...
Maybe before we move there, so that we don't come back to it. Here you are saying this is the income that only went to universities. When you say tuition and accommodation of 45.1 billion, that's what went to universities, excluding, for an example, the accommodation that is privately owned, and so that one is not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the bulk of that, so it will differ from, so the bulk of that 45.1 billion would be tuition fees, but quite a bit would be accommodation payments that are for university-owned accommodation. But that will differ from university to university, yeah. Thanks, Chair. So what we're looking at here is to not present a generic overview, but to try and understand student debt as an exposure or a pressure point for the public university sector. And the key analytical relationship we're looking at is tuition and accommodation income versus the student debt book. If student debt grows with fees, universities face cash flow and collection pressure. If impairment grows faster than debt, the debt book is weakening in quality. So what I'm trying to do with this is emphasize the distinction between gross debt, impaired debt, and net debt at the outset, so that the rest of the presentation makes sense, because we use these terms repeatedly. So student debt must be read against the income stream that creates it, which is tuition and accommodation fees, primarily tuition fees. And gross debt will show you how big the exposure is, and impairment shows you how bad that debt is. And you can see that that grows over years, and at over 60% of impaired debt shows you that universities are really struggling to collect debt from students. So we wanted to show you the sector context, and then look at the debt trends and the quality of debt, and then look at the cluster risks, which is in terms of the different types of institutions, and look at the implications. So that's where we're looking at. So this looks at income and expenditure. I know you're going to be focused on the bottom line there, Chair and colleagues, and I will talk a little bit about that because I don't want to sell the universities down, but they are doing better at maintaining an operational surplus, and for very good reason. So you can see that in 2024, the total sector income increased from 94.2 billion in 2020 to 125.4 billion in 2024. So sector income is increasing. It's not necessarily increasing in real terms, in terms of inflation. Total expenditure increased from 81.4 billion to 109 billion over the same period. So the sector remained in aggregate operating surplus in every year, which is relatively good, so a 16.4 billion operating surplus. However, the fact that expenditure growth was almost the same as income growth means that the surplus cushion is not unlimited. So this matters for student debt because unpaid fees affect liquidity of institutions and the ability of institutions to convert income into cash. So you can see that expenditure growth is growing higher at 33.8%. On average, compared to 33.2% of income growth. So it is a positive picture on the one hand, but it's also showing the kinds of pressure that are on institutions. And those operating surpluses I'll talk a little bit about because those are not unrestricted surpluses. I'm sure we've had this discussion many times before. This just shows the sense of income, so it gives you a sense of how much institutions are dependent on subsidies and grants, tuition and accommodation fees, and third stream income, which is other forms of income. You'll find that institutions are now talking about third, fourth, and fifth stream income. So they're disaggregating between kind of research income, income from donations, income from international sources as well. But subsidies and grants, universities are in 2020 were 43.7% reliant on subsidies and grants. That's from the state. And the 2024 share goes down to 36.4. So you can see that universities are more or less equally reliant on tuition and accommodation fee income and subsidy and grant income. Now, obviously, in institutions where the majority of students are NSFAS funded, that means that the state is funding approximately 70% of the income of a lot of institutions, and it's higher in some institutions because this provides you with a sector average. So there are some universities that have very high levels of third stream income and others that have low because some are able to collect. But you can see that state subsidy really remains fundamental across the system. But we are happy to see, material growth in third stream income because it shows that institutions are really under pressure to look for alternative sources of income. So this slide just looks at the fee base behind student debt. So it's looking at why tuition and accommodation is important. The sector didn't only grow in size, the composition of the income also shifted. So state subsidies and grants fell from over 40% to 36.4% in 2024, which shifts the emphasis onto tuition and accommodation fees, which grew from 33.2% to 35.9% of total income. So third stream income increased also, which is good. But the implication is that the sector became less subsidy reliant and more dependent on fee income and alternative income, which makes the recovery of tuition and accommodation fees a big sustainability issue. The next slide shows student debt as a kind of a dashboard. Gross student debt increased from 16.5 billion to 24 billion in 2024, which is a really big increase in debt exposure. And impairment increased from 9.3 to 15.3 billion, which is even a faster increase, which means that institutions were recognizing a growing portion of student debt as unlikely to be fully recovered. So a lot of that debt is not good debt. So we're getting quality of debt is increasingly bad, which I suppose reflects the situation of the country and where the economy is and where people are, where households are positioned. But the gap between gross and net debt is being driven by higher impairment. So the problem is not only that gross debt is high, it's that the quality of debt has weakened. This just shows you tuition and accommodation income to gross student debt. It shows that tuition and accommodation income grew from 31.3 billion to 45.1 billion in 2024, but gross debt grew from 16.5 to 24 billion. The gross debt ratio shows that gross student debt as a share of tuition and accommodation income, which is a measure that we look at, used to be 52.9% in 2020, but fell in 2021 to 47.1% and has now gone to 56.3% 2023 and 53.2% in 2024. This means that gross student debt is equivalent to over half of the annual tuition fee income of institutions. And that's very, very high exposure, debt exposure, and should be really concerning for all of us. And it's an issue that Chairperson you've raised. It's an issue that the DG has raised. Just on this slide to show you it compares growth rates on a like-for-like basis. So it shows things that are slightly different in scale. So the fee-based growth is 44.2%. The gross debt growth is 45, so higher than the fee growth. And the impairment growth is at 65%. So we are really worried when impairment of debt is growing. And although gross student debt is growing more or less in line with the fee base, but the impairment is growing at a much higher level. So the collectability of the debt is affected. So these are just different ways of showing the things that we've been talking about. So I don't want to spend too long on it. Impairment ratio, again, is a direct signal of debt quality. And you can see that that impairment ratio has gone up 7.6% change between 2020 and 2024. So it means that the expected recoverability of debt for institutions has gone down. And by 2024, almost 2/3 of gross student debt was impaired. So this is a really big problem for the sector. And this comes from the audited financial statements. Net student debt just remains volatile. I think this is really a different way of making the same point, that net student debt is going down, and we are seeing a higher impairment. Net debt declined to 8.7 billion because impairment increased sharply. So the sector is just carrying a larger gross debt book, but also a smaller collectible debt book. This just breaks the gross debt book into its two main components: the impaired portion increasing consistently, and the net portion which fluctuates, but ended in 2024 below the 2023 level. And the figures I've already explained, so I don't need to go over them. The slide really explains that gross debt cannot be interpreted as a simple amount expected in cash, because the impairment line materially changes how the debt book should be understood. I know I'm sounding like an accountant. This language is very difficult for me, but I do, and I want to thank my colleagues in the Management Support Directorate, as well as the Chief Directorate that I used to run, which is currently under the leadership of Fundi Sotenjwa, because I think the colleagues here do a lot of this analysis, and I think it's really important that they were able to explain all of this to me as well. This slide just shows you a trend analysis in terms of the tuition and accommodation metric, the gross student debt, the impairment, and the net student debt. And it just shows you what's happening over those 4 years. It shows that 2023 was a very stressful year for gross debt and net debt, and that in 2024 there has been some easing, mainly because the impairment increased. But the underlying debt challenge is still significant in 2024. And then I'm coming close to the end, Chair, in case we all get overwhelmed by these endless slides. But the cluster exposure just gives you a sense of what's happening. We look at the three institutional types. We look at universities of technology versus comprehensive versus traditional. Universities of technology, I think you will know, are always under financial stress. In traditional universities, the gross debt versus fee income ratio is at 45%. The best looking ratio is in comprehensive universities, which is at 41.5%. And the worst debt ratio, although I think that this is a particularly bad year, there was one institution that had a particularly bad situation in 2024, which makes it 92.2. I can't remember which institution it was, which is just as well. But that puts it at a very high level. But consistently, universities of technology have a higher debt to fee income ratio. So that's something we need to be concerned about. The cluster profile is just showing it in a different way. And then, it's the same picture really. We are very concerned about this. And what it also shows, Chair, is that UOTs have quite a small fee base in the terms of the three clusters. So you will see in some traditional universities that they have much higher fee bases because of the historical development of fees. But UOTs have tended to charge lower fees, and because of the fact that we've had 10 years of informal fee regulation, they haven't been able to increase their fees at a higher rate than other institutions. And so that has also meant that they still, relatively to other universities, relying on quite a low tuition base. The same is true for HDIs. And that's an issue. It's an issue that HTIs you'll find there's enormous pressure on institutions that have traditionally had low fees because they've been unable to increase their fees. And of course, the pressure is on all universities, but it's particularly the case for universities that had low fees. And just to show that even with traditional and comprehensive universities, and this is on average, so you'll find that there are wealthier universities, there are universities with stronger sustainability ratios in this group, and we'll all know which universities those are. They tend to be historically white universities. They tend to be institutions that have very strong research profiles. But those, they still, even though they have lower ratios of debt, they still have very material debt, which I think is an important thing. So Chair, just to go quickly to concluding slides, to say that we have a very important strategic tension in the sector, which is that universities have materially strengthened their reserve positions, but student debt pressures remain elevated. I didn't, unfortunately, get to include a slide on the sustainability ratio, so maybe for a future presentation. But the sustainability ratio is where we look at how much will an institution be able to survive for a year should there be no income from the state. And a sustainability ratio over 1 shows that they might be able to survive for a year or more. A sustainability under 1 shows that they won't. And many universities, the majority of our universities are under 1. Some of them are really under a lot of strain, and that includes UWC, that, as I mentioned earlier. So sustainability ratios will show also that reserves are clustered in some small groups of universities and are not the same throughout the sector. And this shows not just historically, but it also shows some universities are also maybe better at managing their finances, but it's a lot more complex than that. So although universities of technology show the highest debt ratios, traditional comprehensive universities are also carrying substantial absolute debt balances, and confirms that it's not isolated to one institutional category. It's a sector-wide issue, as the chairperson has rightly acknowledged. Reserves are financial buffers against operational shocks, and we expect universities to have reserves. We want them to be financially able to deal with shocks and funding uncertainty, but not all reserves are fully liquid or immediately available, and many of them are reserves that are linked to spending that is restricted. High debt impairments can indicate structural affordability challenges that reserves alone may not be able to solve. And although the sector ended 2024 with a stronger and more flexible reserve base, as you can see from that earlier slide, student debt is still significant. And also the main debt is tuition fees and sometimes accommodation, but it is held by both students who have left the university as well as by continuing students. And we feel, Chairperson, that it's really important for us to continue to understand the quality of that debt, who's holding that debt, how much of that debt is being held, how much of it is held by NSFAS qualifying students, where there's unreconciled debt between institutions and NSFAS, how much of it is held by students who have left, how much of it is held by people who are trying to do postgraduate studies, how much of it is held by people who are employed. And we have done that work before, and we are working with it currently with the FEF at USAf to do that debt analysis again, so that we can get a sense of that the depth. This is, I think, my second last slide. Just in terms of way forward, Chair, and we are really keen to hear what it is that you're going to propose today. But in the long term, there are things that we need to do that will resolve some of these problems. And one of them is to really pay attention to the development of a comprehensive student financial support model, which is both looking at long-term affordability and sustainability of state financial aid, and is addressing the many categories of students that we need to provide support to. So not just the poor and working class students who we have prioritized really importantly as a country, but also missing middle students, postgraduate students, etc. We also need to accelerate the finalization of NSFAS reconciliation and closeout processes. But that involves building an operational model that effectively manages data integration between institutions and NSFAS. I don't think any of us will disagree that if we don't do that, then we're just going to be continuing to reconcile on an annual basis. If NSFAS and institutions aren't able to manage data integration, it will never work. We also need to expand investment in affordable student accommodation. It's a bigger issue. But at the same time, Chairperson, we need to strengthen oversight and accreditation of private accommodation, because we do see that market is is growing, and that costs are growing there, and that we need to be able to also manage those costs in terms of the effect they're having on institutions. Chair, we need to strengthen our fee regulatory model and our oversight mechanisms to ensure that tuition and accommodation fee increases remain reasonable, remain transparent, and are aligned with affordability for the state as well as for individuals who are self-funding in institutions. And in order to do this, we also need, Chair, to understand the full scope of student funding and financial aid, and we are starting a process to try and get a sense of all of this, because it's not just the state that's funding students. We have a lot of private sector funding, we have a lot of non-profit funding, we have a lot of state financial aid that doesn't just come from DHET, that comes from government departments and provinces and other places. And we also have a lot of financial aid that comes from within institutions themselves. So we want to understand that, and we want to continue understanding the scope and levels of debt. So we are willing to focus on practical interventions, Chair, to improve affordability, reduce financial exclusion, strengthen the funding alignment, and improve collections, and protect institutional sustainability, as Chair you have also shown great insight into today, and we're grateful for that. But we acknowledge also that we will need different approaches for different institutions. Some institutions have greater buffers than others, and we need to be aware of that, and we do have that information, Chair. We also need to build an effective loan model, Chair. This committee has focused extensively on this. We're very concerned that we have made funding available, but we need to sort out how we are managing the missing middle funding loans for missing middle students. We particularly need to focus on NSFAS qualifying students who may have exceeded their N+1 with NSFAS support but are close to completion. Now, these are the categories of students that universities pay considerable attention to, but we need to think about how we are supporting these students better also from the state. The NSFAS eligible students who have accommodation-related debt as a result of their accommodation costs exceeding the NSFAS accommodation cap, and then self-paying students with debt who've been unable to meet minimum payment requirements and or make arrangements to cover their debt. What we do not want, Chairperson, is a situation where we have students that can pay for higher education and are supposed to be paying for higher education but have chosen not to. And I'm not in any way suggesting that that's a majority of people, not in this country, not with the economic situation we have. But we need to ensure that students who can pay and should pay, do pay. So whatever model we come up with, we need to look at that. Thanks a lot, Chairperson. I hand over to you.
No, thank you very much. Very comprehensive. There's a 16th slide where they were talking about the analysis, the net gross debt, net debt, gross debt, and impairment. In essence, they were supporting the view that in the past few years, the number of people who were paying debt went down. The debt went up. That's what they were putting there as their support. Didi Manzini, I know your presentation is one with
SAPCO.
With SAPCO.
Yes.
Yeah. So you will present when SAPCO comes in.
Yes.
So let's give USAf to present. I'm sure they will agree with the department on a lot of issues, which is that the debt is growing, and but they will come with their own solutions. VC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me thank you for inviting us And it's also, I'm also pleased to see the presentation from DHET and the concurrence with the issues that we'll be raising. Honorable Chairperson, I just want to apologize for the chairperson of USAf, who has not been able to make it, but also to acknowledge your opening remarks. I think it's important for us to see your understanding and the fact that you acknowledge the challenges that are there, and also at such level of detail and nuance. And it also gives us great pleasure to see the effort that you and your committee are making to find solutions collectively, and therefore very much appreciate this engagement and the problems that exist in terms of the student debt growth, and as well as the challenge of withholding certificates. As a vice chancellor, there is nothing that gives me more pleasure and more joy to see students graduate. It's the best season of the year in the academic calendar. Being awarded their certificates with their families, and we find that that's what that's why we do what we do. And so it creates a big tension for us when we have to deal with this burden of student debt and ways of trying to solve it, and having to even withhold certificates. It comes at great pain. And as the Prof. Lewin has also mentioned, it's still imperative for us as vice chancellors to ensure the sustainability of our institutions. We don't want our universities to collapse and to go into bankruptcy, to be put under administration and things like that. And I have to say, Chairperson, this is a global problem. It's not just here in South Africa. So I do wish to just say that on the ground, the issue of student debt creates a big tension between university management and students, including student leadership, because it presents a picture that seems to suggest that as management, in the effort to protect good governance and the financial sustainability of the institution, it's as if we do not consider the best interests of our students, when it's not the case. And that erosion of trust and the trust deficit causes a lot of instability in our institutions. And we cannot really protect and advance in higher education if we do not ensure stability in the institution. So with these words and opening remarks, Chair, I just want to acknowledge the importance of this conversation and the team and the stakeholders that you've brought together here to try and think through solutions. And as USAf, we are also committed to being part of these proceedings and the engagement and the efforts to find solutions. We have received your letter of invitation. We are here, Chair. I am not alone. I am with the Vice Chancellor of the University of the Western Cape, Professor Robert Balfour, and together with the CEO of USAf, who is seated right next to me, Petru Matutu. And at this moment, Chair, allow me to hand over to the CEO to take us through the work that USAf has done in order to respond to this call. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, colleagues. We have aligned the presentation with the requirements as per the invitation letter. Starting with the sector overview and the current position that we have as universities. We looked at the student debt. This is unaudited data that we collected after receiving the invitation letter from the portfolio committee. So this total outstanding debt, according to that data, stands at 59 billion rand, and that comprises the entire data coming from all the 26 universities, and it's on student debt. The major contributor to that debt are the NSFAS funded students, contributing 29 billion, which amounts to almost 50% of the student debt that has been incurred right now. And 44% of the debt emanates from self-funded students. And then we have irrecoverable debt of about 12 billion. That's almost 20% of the debt that we're talking about. The rest of the debt comes from third-party funders of students. So that amounts to about 7% of the debt. So we are able to look at the debt and look at the origins of the student debt, NSFAS being the major contributor to student debt. We are going to get to the details of how that comes about. Coming to the issue of certificates which are withheld due to outstanding debt, we're looking at about 188,209 certificates which are with universities for students who have qualified but who still owe universities money. So that is in alignment with student demographics, with the funding structures that we have, the debt levels of the students, and the institutional financial policies. There are a few institutions which do not have policies of withholding these certificates, and others decide on the cutoff values on which to withhold the certificates. So there is a correlation between the debt burden and the number of certificates which are withheld across several institutions. Those institutions which have got the highest debt tend to withhold the highest number of certificates. And for universities, as Prof. Moshabela has mentioned, the withholding of certificates is the last resort in trying to recover student debt. They try a variety of ways of recovering the debt before they withhold the certificate. This one is the last resort, which applies largely to students who are no longer within the universities. So the USAf board, those are vice chancellors, requested that universities withholding certificates should provide at least the proof of completion letters to the affected students, and that means that the possible employers can get a proof of that a student has completed the qualification. So in studying the student debt crisis, these are the issues which exacerbated the high unemployment levels and household financial distress. So we're talking about either parents or students who have completed not getting jobs, or parents not getting employment. The accumulated historic debt, it spans multiple academic years. That is the debt which is very dangerous, which leads to the bad debt that we're talking about, or debt impairment. So the longer the number of years of accumulated historic debt, the more difficult it is to recover that debt, and hence it exacerbates the historic debt. The NSFAS accommodation capping, we will all recall that that was introduced without any foundation in terms of research. As a result, the students who are NSFAS funded, they tend to accumulate the difference between the actual cost of accommodation and the amount that the NSFAS pays. The issue of the closeout process of NSFAS is a big challenge, with some universities being threatened by AGs and these institutions which look at reconciliating the books of universities, because this thing starts as far back as 2017, and they don't want to carry this. They just want to declare that a university is bankrupt if it's bankrupt due to these delays of the closeout processes. And then the financial vulnerability among the self-funded students is a big issue. The limited funding opportunities for postgraduate students, you'll be aware that the major funder for postgraduate students is the NRF, and the NRF doesn't fund more than 10% of those enrolled postgraduate students. So part of the accumulated debt emanates from those postgraduate students. And the loss of support due to academic progression rules or exclusions. So academic performance as well has got a bearing on the accumulation of debt. Institutional decisions to permit academically deserving students to register despite historic debt in support of access and transformation agenda of the universities. That's another area where the debt keeps on escalating because a student has performed well and yet doesn't meet the debt policies or thresholds of the university. Sometimes when these students perform well, universities let them continue with the understanding that they will sign acknowledgement of debt. As Prof. Moshavela has mentioned, these are the areas that universities have to balance. The access to higher education is one area. The student success and quality education is the second one. The financial sustainability of universities is the third one. Adhering to the good governance and fiduciary obligations of universities. That's the other area that universities have to balance. And when we look at all of these, according to the Higher Education Act, driven by the councils of universities, managed by the executive of the universities have got an obligation to provide an appropriate, healthy balance among all of them. So there are also in the presentation the institutional overview of the debt carried by the various institutions. And we have listed the institutions individually. Professor Lewin did mention that universities of technology are really carrying quite a high debt burden here. And we can see that that is the case. And the list goes on. Sometimes the size of the university determines how low institutions such as Rhodes University, which are relatively small, Salt Lake University, almost half of that. You can see that there is a relationship between the size of the university and the debt burden that the university carries. There's always a belief that the previously advantaged universities tend to attract a low debt burden. But when we look at institutions such as WITS, that's quite a huge debt burden that we are looking at. And also, you look at Stellenbosch University, for instance, that's quite a huge debt burden. Northwest University, that's quite enormous. So you find that these values sometimes are not as logical as one would think they should be. So these are the challenges which face universities pertaining to the student debt. It does reduce student success. It reduces the graduation rates and the throughput rates, in that students who have been prohibited from registering in the following year, those students are counted as students who have not succeeded in the end. The number of years it has taken, it takes that student to complete, it gets increased, not because of academic performance, but because of student debt. It has got severe pressure on institutional cash flows. And for some of us who have been with this system for decades, we have experienced this issue, where universities have had to be declared bankrupt and do something about it before they can proceed. So the institutional cash flow is a reality. That issue of not paying academics or staff at university has occurred for some universities, and the universities have had to be taken under administration right under our watch. The increased reliance on debt collection and recovery mechanisms, that is happening for some universities. Others are still very new in this area and feel the need to start looking at this area of debt collection. And the administrative burdens associated with debt management and payment arrangement, that is quite big. Your auditors, once they declare that, you know, this kind of debt can't be considered to be appropriate, that has got a bearing on your chances or threat to bankruptcy as a university. So to manage all of this is quite a burden for universities. And of course, it risks the long-term financial sustainability of universities. The impact on students is huge. The lack of access to graduation certificates and academic records, the delayed employment and professional registration opportunities. Employment can be better because one can approach the university after having received the proof of completion, can approach the university, and the universities are prepared to cooperate. The problem is when it comes to professional registration opportunities. The professional registration is a problem because these are the professional bodies which are managed via acts of their own, and those acts require certificates. So if you do not have a certificate in hand, you cannot then be considered and trained as a professional, assuming we're talking about professional doctors or professional engineers, professional natural scientists, that becomes an impediment. If you don't have that certificate, you are going to wait until you get the certificate. And there's increased emotional, psychological, and financial distress which is associated with graduating and not having your certificate. The interrupted academic progression, you know, there are some thresholds which have been set by councils where students who owe more than a particular amount cannot be registered the following year. So you have to go back and work and ensure that you can bring a certain amount of money. So that is interrupted academic progression. And also, not only that, if you're owing and you've completed your qualification, universities will not allow you to proceed to a postgraduate qualification because you are owing for your first degree. So that in itself causes interruption because we may be keen to get to postgraduate levels in terms of qualifications. And of course, the long-term socioeconomic consequences for the graduates and their families. These are the measures which have been implemented by universities in order to reduce the student debt. Students are allowed to sign the acknowledgement of debt agreements by some universities, and they allow them to proceed until a particular threshold amount has been reached. And the minimum upfront registration payment arrangements for some students, the debt restructuring and settlement, and discount initiatives. There was a year last year when the University of Cape Town said all students who are owing funding, who have succeeded in the previous years, who are owing funding from, who are NSFAS funded, that debt would be disregarded for that year. And you can't continue to do that year in, year out. I mean, it's unsustainable to do so. But for that year, at least there were those students who managed to get that reprieve from the university. The debt restructuring and settlement discount initiatives, I've mentioned that. Temporary moratoriums on interest charges and qualifying cases. The strengthening of institutional debt management and recovery system, that is an added responsibility to the university. There's a lot of work which is being done on fundraising and also funding of students. Partnerships with SETAs, financial institutions, private sector organizations, and donors. Fundraising campaigns aimed at reducing historic debt. Alumni-supported and institutionally funded bursary programs. That is the work that is being done by our financial aid officers within universities, and with a certain degree or measure of success in that regard. On the student support measures, as it has been mentioned, this is an emotionally trying circumstance to find yourself in. So the financial counseling and advisory support for students, the registration concessions in deserving cases, which are usually considered on a case-by-case basis, as we have mentioned, issuing completion letters to graduates which seek employment. And we have segregated the institutional measures according to the institutions. In conclusion, these are some of the strategic considerations. The universities remain committed to advancing access, transformation, student success, quality education, despite the increasing financial pressures. Institutions continue to implement compassionate and flexible interventions where possible, However, student debt has evolved into a systemic sector-wide challenge requiring coordinated national intervention. Sustainable and collaborative sector-wide solutions are required in order to reduce historic student debt, support financially vulnerable students, and protect the long-term sustainability of South Africa's higher education system. When we talk about student debt, people tend to think about students who have their certificates withheld. There are other students who have student debt who cannot come back to universities, and that is a problem. They also need to be sustained somehow so that they can come back and complete their qualifications or proceed after the first degree into postgraduate studies. The student financial aid reform is required. I think this was mentioned by Professor Lewin. The NSFAS cannot continue like this, where we are seeing transfer of the debt from NSFAS into universities, transfer of the unsustainability of NSFAS to unsustainability of universities, a model that is going to work, which strengthens the financial aid that is required for the country is important. Task teams have been appointed to this effect. Recommendations have been made. They need to be dusted, looked at, and look at a viable financial aid model that is going to work. The issue of the closeout process, this NSFAS reconciliation and closeout process has to be completed. There is no way in which universities are going to end up being declared bankrupt because of this process, which is unending. Expanding funding support for self-funded students is another area that needs to be looked at, those students who cannot afford, and looking at various sources of funding. Increasing postgraduate funding opportunities is another area that needs to be looked at. The NRF funding is just totally inadequate for postgraduate funding. Encouraging public-private partnerships to address historic debt, developing graduate internship and employment programs linked to structured debt repayment. Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members.
You're fine, you don't have any closing remarks. You spoke so well of me earlier, I wanted to give you again, but...
Chair, I'll end up talking about Pirates and Sundowns.
No, thank you very much, USAf. Very useful presentation with the data that will help us. But in essence, members, USAf says all kinds of debt considered what they are owed is 59 billion. All kinds of debts. Very worrying there while SAPCO is preparing. Very worrying there, acting CEO, is that they characterize debt owed by NSFAS funded as 29 billion, which is almost half of total debt. And of course, we'll need to know how did we get to that point when we discuss how can NSFAS funded or NSFAS through its students that he has funded owe our institutions almost 30 billion. But we'll get to those things, and NSFAS is here. The closeout project we've had is a big problem for universities. We'll need to know what are the issues. SAPCO, I think you are ready now, President.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought the DDG will start first, but nonetheless, it's fine. I think we can start. Unfortunately, Chairperson, I was disappointed at your excitement that one of our teams is out of the league, our only team. So I thought that because you are in higher education, you would have been disappointed as well. But nonetheless, I'm not going to enter into the issue of how the goals came in, but just as to your excitement about your team getting out of the Premier League.
Yeah, the league is won or lost in 30 games. And you can't want us to feel bad because your team did not do enough the whole season. They gave away cheap points to weak teams like Kaiser Chiefs the whole season. And you want us as parents to feel sorry for Orbit. No. They were supposed to get points early in the season. So they'll come back. We borrowed them 7 players. They did not utilize them. We'll borrow them while they are playing now in the when they are playing in the next season. We'll borrow them some players to come back. Kaiser Chiefs can't afford to borrow them anymore. They need them themselves.
But Chair, I had thought that because you are the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, and Orbit is a college in higher education, you would say our team, not your team. But it's fine.
On Saturday, it was not our. On Saturday, we're very clear. We'll support them in next term, next season.
I'm just clapping it.
Okay, the DG is in agreement with me. Chairperson and honorable members, we really want to thank you for the opportunity for SAPCO to make a presentation on the college student debt. I will just do the opening remarks and then maybe later on after that, I'm with the Treasurer General of SAPCO, Mr. Van Heerden, and then later on I think we will do some, close out comments, but maybe also not related to the issue of student debt. Let me start, Chairperson, by saying some 3 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks ago, we organized a workshop between ourselves as SAPCO, the Department of Higher Education and Training, and NSFAS, QCTO, and CETAS, because we were looking on the issue of these new occupational programs and the challenges that we face. And in that workshop, obviously I will talk to that at the close up to say what did we find to be the serious challenges that will continue to hamper us throughout the year. The presentation that we have today is talking about the historical student debt, and obviously it started way back, but let me say NSFAS will also agree that they have improved their systems in the sense that students will apply prior to their registration in the colleges. So in most cases, when the student come to the colleges, they will present a proof that they've received, approval from NSFAS. But previously, students would enroll, and we will assess their eligibility as TVET colleges, and then enroll them with the hope and understanding that because they do qualify, NSFAS will approve. And later on in the year, then the students will receive messages, negative messages, and then the students will also do the appeals and all that. But the student is in the college, the student is busy accumulating a debt. At the end of the day, NSFAS says, no, we cannot fund. And that now becomes a challenge. Recently in that workshop, which I spoke about, we also learned, and maybe something that must be considered. The Department of Higher Education and Training, through what is called the funding grid, we have indicated the numbers that we're going to enroll in 2026, and the department has made money available, the 80% available. And we just learned, and NSFAS is here, I'm happy that they are here, maybe they will also talk to that. We just learned that it is possible that in 2026, all the students who are doing occupational programs, those that are eligible for NSFAS, they may not be funded because their funds would have run dry. So that now talks to the very same topic that we're talking about here, about the issue of student debt, because the students will come in knowing that they qualify and they may not be funded. One must really appreciate the intervention which came about from Services SETA, who approached the TVET colleges to give bursaries to 10,000 students. Because we then shared that to 200 students per college. Because those students, they are eligible.
No,
But-
maybe you must repeat the numbers again. I want Dr. Christians to hear it about the impact of SITAs. Please repeat that number.
No, I want to say, through your request, Chairperson, yes, Services SETA approached us to say they are willing to, in fact, they've made money available. Already as we speak, the money was transferred to colleges for tuition and accommodation and meals for 200 students per college who are actually who were supposed to be funded by NSFAS, but maybe because they did not apply in time, etc. That Chairperson, if Services did not come in from those numbers, there's a high possibility that it would have resulted in another student debt, because some, obviously, they cannot afford. And we also want to say that it is currently 10,000, but I'm definitely sure it's going to increase, because that funding also makes available for students' accommodation and what have you. And in some instances, colleges are unable to pay that. So we are now moving that money through the permission of Service SETA to move it to another tuition. So we will be having more students in that regard. So that's why I think we really have to appreciate that. And maybe it's also our clarion call to call for more SETAs and any other person that can be able to assist in terms of this. So, Chairperson and honorable members, the TG will take us through the presentation of SAPCO with regard to the impact of the student debt in TVET colleges. TG, let me hand over to you.
Honorable Chairperson and members, the DDG and members of the House. The presentation attempts to highlight 12 sections. I'm going to not go through all of them for the sake of time, Chair. But I took some notes before I am going to attend to the slides. I think it's fair to say that having listened to the presentations earlier made, I think it's critical that we highlight some commonalities. So if we talk about debt in the TVET sector, it's a debt that is far more worse and an impact that is far more higher on TVET colleges than it may have on universities and universities of technology, simply because of the nature and the profile of the students we support and the students we get in the sector, together with the historical backlogs that exist in the sector. Debt management is treated differently within the sector, but it's becoming an increased concern. Also to note that in our presentation, we were only able to get responses from 30 of the 50 TVET colleges, but we'll be able to extrapolate an estimated total debt for the sector. The handling of debt in the sector is done differently. Some accumulate over a long period of time. Debt gets assessed differently, and impairments and provisions are done differently. So there's a clear need for us in the sector to report on it on a uniform basis Currently, the total that is projected in the presentation is, for the 30 colleges, 2.5 billion. And it's estimated to be, as a total population of the sector, in excess of 3.6, 3.7 billion. This affects a total amount of 20,000 certificates, 20,950, but it's also materially important that we understand that the withholding of certificates in the sector is not done the same way at every college. Some colleges withhold them until payment is and debt is settled. Some have a kind of a hybrid approach with payment arrangements, and some just issue them out in sympathy of the cause. So it's not treated the same. Therefore, the 20,950, you can be sure, is a very low range figure. Chair, I'm going to move quickly on my slides. I think the introduction speaks for itself. We've already listened to many of these sentiments. But it's become a major financial risk across the TVET sector, with several colleges carrying debt levels that are unlikely to be recovered. A large portion of the debt is older than 3 years, and making a recovery increasingly difficult due to unemployment, outdated student records, and prolonged NSFAS reconciliation delays. Some colleges have exceptionally high bad debt ratios. There's some examples I'm using there. Capricorn, for example, recorded bad debt of approximately 242.5 million, representing 95% of the total debt. In Kangala, for example, 211.9 million, which equal to 90% of the total debt. Lephalale, for example, classified 100% of its debt as irrecoverable. And Mayuba TVET College reported bad debt to a value of 80% due to prescription and historical debt write-offs. There's also differences in the different provinces. The Limpopo College, for example, collectively present the highest concentration of irrecoverable debt between the colleges, ranging from 82 to 95%. And several colleges indicate that long outstanding debt remains unresolved because students are employed. And one of the common issues that also came out in the university's report is the NSFAS closeout reports and reconciliations that remain incomplete. And debt collection agencies or debt collection methods are different in the sector and largely ineffective. And students just fail to honor their payment agreements and payment arrangements. Sector-wide causes of bad debt, primary drivers of irrecoverable debt include the historical NSFAS funding disputes, as already mentioned, the delayed in the closeout report, and students exceeding the NSFAS N+1 rule. It's a concern that exists in the sector, and with particular challenges we are having when students exceed the N+1 rule, they become self-funded and no longer funded by NSFAS. And there's a dilemma there in continuing to support a student to complete versus showing a student away because he's unfunded. And of course, a social dilemma like that is quite material, and colleges use different methods to admit students in order to complete qualifications that are still incomplete. Admitting NSFAS+1 rule students, of course, poses that risk of debt becoming bad and irrecoverable. Of course, we know about the economic hardships in the country and the unemployment of students and parents. And it must be admitted that TVETs are at different levels of collecting their debt and having integrated systems that manages that. And unfortunately, there's also a high number of self-funded students that are unable to settle their accounts, as previously stated. The debt crisis has directly contributed to certificate withholding of more than 20,950, as I've explained. It's expected to be a lot more than that, since certificates are not consistently withheld in lieu of payment that is required. Debt levels increased steadily from 2022 to 2025 in most provinces, and consistently with what also was explained by the university sector is that colleges with larger enrollments, of course, will experience a higher debt ratio and debt growth. Self-funded students' debt remains the largest contributor to debt accumulation, although historical debt continues compounding annually because recovery efforts are weak and funding gaps remain unresolved, and institutional policies are also different and diverse. SAPCO is recommending, and some of these came from our member colleges, National Historic Debt Relief Program, or to have a debate about student debt holistically, settling the NSFAS recon and settlement processes. Later on in the slides, there's also an expression on outstanding NSFAS debt for students funded from NSFAS, expanded bursary funding for the missing middle, and an improved data tracing system through Home Affairs SARS, and integration. And it was also mentioned by the DDG for universities that we need an integrated system. It's a debate and a conversation we've had for a long time, something that came up in the discussion that my president has referred to. As long as we don't have an integrated system, we're going to continue to have these challenges. A little bit of a breakdown. I don't want to bore the house with it. The data is in the slides, but Eastern Cape has 352 million in bad debts, about 42,999 students, and the highest debt is in King Insa and Ingwe. The Free State with a total of 50.9. And interestingly enough, it has a lower average debt per student ratio, but high unemployment impacts on that recovery, or so it is mentioned. Of course, we know we've got the highest enrollments in Gauteng, and that is the total reported debt being at 759.3 million, and affects 128,000 students. KwaZulu-Natal at 114.6 million, and funding gaps and incomplete NSFAS applications remain a major contributor there. Limpopo with a 523.7, and we also have the highest amount of certificates withheld in the Limpopo province due to bad debt levels. Mpumalanga, 392 million. Northern Cape's the smallest with 35.7 million and only 7,900 students being affected. The Western Cape has reported stronger debt management strategies, but continued growth in historical debt continues to increase. And in summary, Chair, we have total reported TVET student debt that exceeds 2.5 billion, affecting more than 466,000 students. And this reflects 30 out of the 50 TVET colleges. And as I said, we will have to do a proper analysis and a proper report for the actual numbers. But extrapolated, it deems to about 3.6 billion at the moment. Self-funded students constitute the majority of the outstanding debt in most colleges. And historical debt and unresolved NSFAS closeout matters remains a concern, and Limpopo and Gauteng provinces account for the highest debt exposure. And debt collection measures remain largely ineffective without additional intervention that is required. We suggest finalize the NSFAS recons and expedite that. It also has consequences on declaration of your financials and the audit thereof. Introduce a national state debt relief and historical debt clearance program. We, as the President has indicated, with the services CETA, for example, coming on board with a significant amount of contribution to bad debts, we call for the expansion of CETAs and stakeholders to support unfunded students and to strengthen debt management systems. But we need to clarify policy position in this regard, especially with regard to certificates that are withheld. And we note the legal opinion that was shared with us by the DG and the DDG. We need increased government support to reduce reliance on student tuition fees for sustainability and implement stronger student support and academic progression interventions. And the challenge truly lies within students that stays in the system and are beyond the N+1 rule that then needs to continue but don't pay their debt. In practice, it means that we should deny access to those students, unfortunately. But of course, we don't do that in all cases and in all colleges, but it's a sector-wide social environment question we need to ask and answer. Chair, student debt remains one of the most significant financial and operational risks facing TVET colleges in South Africa. And if we look at the university sector, going down with the university and then the University of Technologies, you can imagine the impact of student debt on TVET. It's even, I mean, you can go and look at the quantifying factor there of probably 3 times more of an impact due to these institutions being much smaller and carrying a smaller financial impact. The growing debt burden affects sustainability, student access to certification, and the ability of colleges to deliver quality education. And a coordinated intervention between stakeholders is urgently required to address historical debt and strengthen funding systems and protect students from long-term exclusion from economic opportunities. In attached to this presentation, I've got broken down data. Chair, I'm not going to go into them, but I wanted to perhaps go into an observation that was made about NSFAS debt. Students, for example, that is deemed to be funded. In this first example of ICALA, for example, 1,551 students that represents 27.4 million, equals 54% of it. And the balance of that, of the 47, is self-funded students. So you can imagine the impact of NSFAS outstanding debt and students being funded. If you look at those numbers, the impact that it has is enormous. And it continues across the sector. You have various indicators, Chair, but you can see on the far right-hand side column, self-funded students' percentage of that debt. You can see it starts with 76%, 81%. It goes down. There's a number there on Letaba that is totally different. There is an anomaly there. But you can look, if you look at the far right-hand side, you can see the self-funded percentage of student debt is enormous. And in a sector like the TVET sector, we can't afford that. It's just not possible. And it's not sustainable because it's going up and it's increasing. Chair, I'm going to skip a couple of slides. Just for the sake of time. Furthermore, the presentation can be, of course, shared with the House for more information. You can see, Chair, that on this slide, there are, for example, in ICALA TVET College listed there above, there's no certificates that is withheld there. It's because they don't do it. They don't use bad debt as an instrument to withhold certificates. But it differs from institutions across the sector. And there's a little breakdown that closes with that. I thank you, Chair. I'm done.
No, thank you very much. I want to give to NSFAS to respond to this thing, but before I do, I just want you to clarify a few things. So the 59 billion debt, it includes, it's all debt. So all debt in this case will mean debt owed by South African and non-South African students, or it's just South African? Yeah, I'm just asking.
All students.
All students, okay. So this all debt, which will include all students, will then have both undergraduate and postgraduate debt. It is inclusive of that. So this debt that includes all students, postgraduate and undergraduate, has about, 29 billion of that attributed to NSFAS linked student. Now, this NSFAS linked, will I be correct if I say it includes those who have completed and those who have not completed, who are NSFAS linked, right? So those who have not completed, it will then mean those, including those who have dropped out and those who are still pursuing. But because it will have been, there would have been NSFAS linked throughout. Okay. So I tried to, still 29 billion, almost half of the entire, seems very high for me. And okay, maybe let me also add this part. So this NSFAS linked student debt, it will include pre-2018 students.
2017 up to 2022 closeout process going forward.
Oh, it's only from 2017?
Yes, it's largely
So
the closeout process.
Nothing before 2017?
I don't think there's much.
Sorry?
I think it starts from 2017 because 2016, remember, NSFAS was partly funded.
Yes.
But from 2017 on, we started with this dispensation.
Yes, I understand that part, but I'm asking, so this 59 billion, or this 29 billion to NSFAS linked, starts in 2017. So it's a 9-year.
I think that's by and large, Chair. That's my assumption.
Yeah.
But they've put the entire total right now.
Okay.
Let me just explain the 2017 thing. NSFAS was piloting the student-centered model from 2016.
Press the mic, Prof. I hope, no, that one, it doesn't work. Okay, let's get a...
It predates the new model, introduction of the new model, because in 2016 and 2017, NSFAS was implementing the new student-centered model, which is where students were being assessed for payment by NSFAS, but continuing to be paid by institutions. So the lack of reconciliation issue started then with the student-centered model. It was compounded in 2018 when you had a larger number of students and a larger amount of money coming onto the scheme. So those, because there was a lack of reconciliation on those years, it then got compounded. Also compounded by the fact that in 2018 we had the new model, plus the students that were still in the system that were not on the new funding dispensation. So that's where it actually originates. It's never been resolved.
Yeah, so my question is, and I hope I'll make sense, Dr. Matutu, this time. There were students who were funded on a loan arrangement by NSFAS pre-2018, right? Now, those students have graduated, they've left the institution, they are working, they are paying back to NSFAS. I am asking, are you saying, because you are saying NSFAS linked, so my understanding was that some of those students who were being paid, who you were being paid for them by NSFAS, NSFAS did not pay you for some of those, because there is this thing that NSFAS funds a student and does not pay an institution. When we check with an institution saying, why is this one not graduating? When they check now, NSFAS owes them 42,000, whatever the case may be, because they've not paid. And this one is not because of the cap or what, it's just NSFAS had not paid the institution for this child. So I wanted to ask, this figure, does it include that part? And maybe if you are not sure, it's okay. We can verify that part. But if this thing started in 2016 and in 10 years, NSFAS owes 29 billion, then there's a big problem in the system. Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Let me just clarify also on this, if you don't mind, Dr. Matutu, because I have a historical memory on this. Most of that debt that was students who were on the pre-2018 model was resolved in 2019 when former Minister Pandor announced the nearly 1 billion, the 967 million historic debt figure that was paid to students who had been who were still in the system in 2018, but had debt because they were on the former scheme. So most of that debt was resolved then. This 29 billion, it's debt on the books of institutions, but it's not necessarily debt that won't be paid. It's unreconciled amounts between institutions and NSFAS. It's reflecting as debt on the institutions. And those students are holding that debt because so some of it may be amounts that will never be paid. It's part of what the SIU has been investigating. It's part of what the Closeout Project is doing. Is every year, if you don't have a live integrated system between NSFAS and institutions, NSFAS and institutions must exchange data in order to say, we've paid these students, these are the students that qualify, this is how much they qualify for. NSFAS, we think you owe us this. Universities will say, we think you owe us this. NSFAS will say, no, we think you owe us this. Every year that thing is continuing. And so that 29 billion, or in our view, it's less because some of that may have been resolved from the beginning of the year. That, when we last did, in 2021, we did a survey that showed that about a third of the debt on the books of universities was NSFAS related unreconciled amounts. I'm calling it that. Some of it may be debt now. It may be debt that NSFAS students have because of accommodation issues. It may be that there are more and more students not paying. There are all kinds of things. The bottom line is it's not necessarily that it isn't debt that NSFAS will be paying. It's unreconciliation. Thank you.
I think there are about 6 institutions which are suffering this whole closeout process issue. And for them, the reality is that the data that they have and the data that NSFAS have are not reconcilable. There were occasions when NSFAS accepted spreadsheets without putting into the system. So at the core of what needs to be done is that a certain percentage of money has to be set aside for those students who will say, I was NSFAS funded and yet my debt has not been cleared by NSFAS, in order to ensure that at the end of it, when they produce their proofs, there is funding available to clear that debt with institutions, and they get whatever is due to them from those institutions. So I think that's the only way of sorting out the problem. And also the rules have been changing and stuff has been changing. So it's that component together with the accommodation issue that we spoke about, where NSFAS decided to just pay a particular amount beyond which they are not prepared to pay. That debt is accumulating on students. For those students who are succeeding at universities, they are allowed to go past the particular level. However, the debt continues to be pegged as student debt. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm trying to think here quickly because as you speak, I want to make sense of this thing with your numbers. So, is my recollection correct that SIU had recovered about 450 from University of Free State, 450 million, which was paid back to NSFAS. But if you look at this one, so I want to make sense with this thing. So it means here there was a reconciliation of some sort between UFS, SIU, and NSFAS. And that is why UFS paid 450 million to, I can't remember, maybe it was 400, I think 450 was UP, but 400 million to NSFAS. But if you look at this one, the spreadsheet they've given us, it says NSFAS funded debt is up just below 2 billion. Now, if we say NSFAS funded is just below 2 billion, and last year we paid 400, the argument then here, if we're going to take the explanation you're giving, would have said, no, you actually owes us 1.5, because this is just under, it's about 1.9. NSFAS owes us 1.5, and therefore we're not paying you 400 million that you want us to pay. So that's why I get baffled with why, if I believe that NSFAS, through this project, owes me 2 billion, why must I pay them 400, which they'd put? So we could have just minus that 400 and then they owe me 1.6 billion or whatever the case may be. But maybe NSFAS will explore, Dr. Matutu.
So let's agree on a number of issues. There are different pockets of the way in which NSFAS owes universities. So you can combine the closeout process with the capping of accommodation. So if the closeout process is being dealt with through SIU, you have then agreed on the closeout process that this is the amount that we owe on NSFAS or they owe us. And you settle that. And then there's another pocket now. There's the student capping. Firstly, NSFAS has not agreed to owing universities anything pertaining to student capping. Students have got the burden themselves of knowing that they are NSFAS funded, yet they owe universities money. So the NSFAS is out of that. So NSFAS has not taken that responsibility of accommodation. And as we speak, that means that that is not part of their debt burden as NSFAS. It's part of the debt burden of the student individually, not the NSFAS, because they've just kept the fund and they've kept it there. Students have to make a way and decide on how to deal with the expanding debt in their heads, on their heads.
No, it's fine. Let's leave it at that. I said today, I want us to live happy with USAf, so I don't want us to. Yeah, let's.
And I said to the chair, I'm ready, Chair. If you want to fight, I'm fighting. If we want to be happy, we are happy.
Yeah.
No, just two quick clarities, Chair. Because the debt of the universities includes everyone. So I wonder if maybe I could have missed it in the presentation. Do you then single out the debt of the students who have completed all their academic requirements but are unable to graduate? Because I think that would be an important distinction to make, because if you are taking a debt of someone in their second year or first year, and then they owe and they need to re-register, that's a different economic player to someone who has already completed their academic requirements and just needs to get a certificate and go and get a job. So I think we'll have to find a way of differentiating these different types of debt. And then the second point, Chair, I think
DDG or DG must assist us here. I think it's unacceptable that only 30 TVET colleges responded when we've got 50 TVET colleges. I don't think that's a culture we must accept. I think though the other 20 that were supposed to give us the information we asked, there needs to be a follow-up there because it means now we don't have a universal picture of what is happening in our TVET colleges, like what we got from USAf. So I think 30 out of 50 is very small. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. 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 Wasim, let's hear the perspective of NSFAS.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Before I start, I was tempted to respond to the president of SAPCO. Maybe when another TVET college makes it to the PSL, after 15 games, if they're not performing, they should consider administration as an intervention. They can even appoint you as the administrator, Chair. On a lighter note, Chair. So, with regards to debt,
DG,
I
in
think
essence, what the acting CEO is saying is that you may have put them under administration instead of OPID.
I did not say that, Chair. So, I think it's important for us to reflect on what are the causes of student debt at institutions, both from an NSFAS perspective and a non-NSFAS perspective, right? So, and I think a lot of our research suggests that when students don't meet academic eligibility requirements, that is either passing the minimum amount of modules or meeting the N+ rule, those students are remaining in the institution system. So they're moving from NSFAS funded students to being self-funded students. When of course we know their household income is low and that those students are unlikely to be able to settle that debt, right? And that is the cause of a major, in fact, I'd say a majority of debts, particularly at universities, of students who remain in the system but are no longer funded by NSFAS, but were funded by NSFAS. Of course, there has been policy provisions, so those students who are very close to graduation, who are outside the N+ rule, are afforded the opportunity to submit propensity letters through the appeals process. So we try and maximize graduations as far as possible. Of course, the introduction of the student accommodation cap has also led to the accumulation of debt at institutions, and students are incurring that debt because a number of institutions said they'll not adhere to the cap, and if students choose accommodation which is above the cap, they must bear the cost for that. And I think a lot of times students don't know what they're getting into, because when they sign up to that, it may look small, it may look like 500 or 600 a month, but across a 3-year or 4-year degree, you might find yourself graduating with 20,000 Rand in debt, right? And you didn't think that would be. In some cases, students also incur additional costs which are not covered by NSFAS, although I think that's a more minor related issue that does cause a significant level or a minor level of student debt. So I think those are some of the causes for debt. And then, of course, there's those students who self-fund right from the start, who believe that. I think this is quite an important point. There are students who miss the NSFAS application cycle, but are accepted at institutions. So they continue studying. They meet the NSFAS application cycle in the next cycle, so they become funded from their second year or their third year. But technically, they didn't apply in their first year or their second year. So NSFAS doesn't take responsibility, and they graduate with that debt. So there's those kind of technicalities involved. Of course, the closeout project has been something that's been hanging over everyone's heads. And I think it's important to say that we really have made substantial progress over the last 12 months, and really through USAf and the university branches interventions. There's different stages of closeout. So there is the stage where the reconciliation is completed. And we're happy to sit here today and say that up to 2024, 90% of reconciliations are complete. There's one institution, which is the University of Limpopo, which is struggling with their data issues. But outside of that, 25 universities have given accurate data records. The ball is quite a bit in universities' courts at the moment, because a lot of these agreements are sitting with them. And if they want to move into the final stages, we really need a push. NSFAS has finalized the recon from our side. We believe the number is unlikely to change. But of course, we do need the institution sign off. And if there's one thing I would request is that there is a level of push. Our numbers across, let me speak about TVET closeout. So TVET were not progressing well. We have undertaken the process where we started extracting data directly from TVET college systems. And again, there's been substantial progress to the point where every TVET college now has finalized the reconciliation for the years 2017 to 2024. And it's now up to the TVETs to indicate whether they agree with that recon or not, so that we can finalize that process, and even TVETs will reach the closeout period. On a net position, at the end of 2025, or the financial year 2025, our view was that NSFAS owed institutions, both universities and TVETs, 8 billion rand here. Yeah? We are, of course, compiling our financial statements for 2026, and we'll have an updated number in the next couple of weeks as a result of that. And we're happy to give the breakdown of that per institution and for the TVET sector as well as the university sector. I want to say, Chair, though, that NSFAS does not have the money to settle that debt. If universities or TVETs were to call on that debt today, NSFAS does not have reserves to be able to pay that debt here, right? We've largely reached the end of the road in terms of reserves, and we do owe that money technically. And it would be unfair, I think, to ask institutions to release certificates without NSFAS settling that debt. Why does NSFAS continue to have debt? It's because we continue to implement what is an unsustainable policy. And I'm aware that this came up in the budget vote yesterday here. But if every year you commit to students 8 or 9 or 10 billion more than what you can afford, you will keep sitting with this problem, because you're going to use new financial year money to pay last year's debts. If you look at what happened at the start of this year, NSFAS owed institutions for debts relating to the 2025 academic year. We were going to have a crisis at the start of 2025, because universities, rightly so, were going to say those students can't register because they have accumulated debt per their policies. They're not allowed to register. And NSFAS had to make substantial payments in January 2026 to ensure that we had a stable start to the academic year. Now, I can tell you that the 7 billion shortfall that NSFAS has for 2026, we will not be able to settle that at the start of 2027, which means you'll have students starting 2027 with a debt on their accounts, which will lead to an unstable year, which will lead to volatility in the sector and the knock-on effects. And what you really need to be careful of is becoming what the Road Accident Fund has become, right? Where it has 400 billion rand in debts and the inability to ever generate enough revenue to be able to settle those debts here, right? And that's where we're in the early stages of that, but that is where NSFAS is headed if you don't settle on the policy-related issues, which is a similar view to what National Treasury has in saying that we're happy to come on board and support and put together a once-off package and be able to settle historical issues. But you can't do that without having a clear policy provision on how you intend spending going into the future. So you can't settle historical debts and then create new ones going forward here, right? So the critical element that's out of this discussion that we have to get to is a policy decision that prevents student debt, particularly for students from low and working class backgrounds. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Very comprehensive there at the end. DG, this is what we always speak about, that even when the AG says to you, go and implement or develop and implement audit action plans, they should not only speak about resolving what happened, they should be able to prevent what will happen. And I think what the advisor or the warning that just came from the department, Prof. Lewin, must really look at it, because if it's a policy issue, we should be resolving it as a matter of urgency, that particular problem. So, Dr. Matutu, this is what we are going to ask you first to give us, so that we are able to make. You don't have it now, but maybe in writing. So you'll divide your debt into categories. The first one will be all South African, non-South African, and you divide it there. And then you'll say, this were undergraduate debt, and this is postgraduate debt. And on undergraduate, you say, these are those who completed, and these are those who did not complete. And on those who did not complete, you also make it two categories, currently active or inactive. So they've dropped out at some point. So you also put it on one side. And those who have completed, then we will then know on the certification, you also put about 188,000 certificates that are withheld. Then you'll say, on undergraduates, these are the number of certificates we have withheld. And this is how much it costs for them. Because for us, that should be the easiest solution you come up with. To say, so these ones have completed, and we are withholding their undergraduate certificates. Even there, maybe you can even do two categories. That these ones completed an undergraduate and did not proceed to do postgraduate. So, because there might be some of them who you have withheld their undergraduate and postgraduate, because you then allow them to register in your institution. So you also extrapolate that data like that to say, these are these ones who finished undergraduate and ended here. And let's say you'll say to us there are 4,000. And the amount they owe is 600 million. I'm making an example. So at least we know when we say we want to provide solutions, our solutions should be able to respond to problems, because we might be thinking that we have a solution, but our solution might not be enough to respond to the whole problem, because we don't understand or we don't have the whole data. So if you give us that data, we're able to say, for an example, department, you are having a discussion with National Treasury about returning this 2 billion from the sitters that was not done last year. Let's ask Treasury to pay this 3,000 certificates to this student. These are those who have graduated, let's say, in the past 3 years, for an example. So we're able to say, to provide suggestions, to be able to provide, and instead of returning money to Treasury, we're able to repurpose it for greater good, a social good, DG. You know, when I come to you and I tell you about education being a social good, a greater good, you must agree, and we write to Treasury and say, let's pay UCT this much. They are going to release this 300 certificates for these learners, so that we give them an opportunity or a chance to participate in there. So if you can give us that data, I hope you have heard me, but if you have not, maybe let's talk about it after on the table that we want, so that it's easier for us to understand. Yeah, you'll work with Anela on that part. I'll really appreciate. So members, I'm going to give you now. We are 6. When the first person speaks now, on the program we do have minutes to adopt. Please look at them. I've sent them to you. Want to adopt those things today. So I'm going to give, Honorable Gubane, you want to go first? I see you are fixing the mic. I've not agreed to give you, to give you, but so I'm going to note you first. Who else? Dr. Christians. Honorable Governor. Honorable Lonzi. Honorable Souls. Kweke, the first. Yeah, sorry. Then if there's anything, I will ask. So let me see. We'll have an interactive session. Maybe we'll start with, it's 12:10. If we can, yeah, I'm trying to, we can take 20 each. Just interaction. And then after the first three will take lunch, come back and take the last three. So 20 minutes interactive conversation. And the 20 minutes, if you have proposals, please make sure that they're within the 20 minutes so that we don't, I know we don't want you to say the last one, Chair, and then you take 10 minutes. Well, it's not going to happen today. I'd agreed with our visitors that they can book flights today. So please, when I stop you, it's not because I don't want you to give your proposals. Honorable Nguban.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. You see, Chair, I remember you, when on your preamble, you started about your guys, what you call intellectual proposal about whatever proposal of debt reconciliation. You were not here, Honorable Sihle. You were saying they have a better proposal than yours. So when the Chair was reading all these slides yesterday, and I had to make a couple of calls, and again, the stance that I'm so shocked in this country how things are done. The stance of a non-matriculant to emphasize and hamper on a free education was confirmed by all these three slides that I was reading. First of all, in these institutions, there is a debt, but there are institutions who have a luxury of investments. Universities invest money in this country. CETA sits on reserve in this country. So my understanding of legal financial literacy, you start to invest in life when you comfortably living in life. You have a lot, né? That you don't want to utilize. And then you survive on its what? On its profit, on an investment. That's one of the classical examples that really in this country we can afford a free education. It's only that we're sitting with people who just doesn't want to do it. We don't want to bail out these kids of ours to study for free and get this free education. That's the first case. There are investment by CETAs, investment by universities. And another worst scenario, some of this debt, Chair, that we're talking about, probably about 50% or even 40% of it, guess who's going to pay it at the end of the day? The government. I can guarantee you that. It's a government that is going to fund itself, this debt. It's not going to come anywhere. Another case of that, this is a debt. A free education is affordable in this country. But because we have this thinking of not wanting to care about our poor, we don't want to go to that. If the reconciliation can be done, you can see that most of this debt will be paid by the government. The other issue that was, when I ask questions, I wouldn't know to categorize it. I will just ask question. Whoever thinks it's this question will then chip in and answer it. the self-funded student, which says they carry a majority of this debt, does this not indicate a fundamental failure of the funding model rather than the debt collection problem? Because these students come in as they can self-fund. Ne? I think that's a criteria. When they come into the system, they produce papers that I'm affording to be a student, I can fund myself. But boom, here, 93% of them, they can't pay the debt. Then there's a problem there. The whole system of funding, it reflects that there's a problem in the overall system of funding. And then the second question, has universities or University of Technology experienced the issue of these selling of debt? I think Dr. Matutu spoke about the quality of debt. These people who buy debt, they're interested in that language. That is it debt quality? Can I make money out of this debt? Especially on these self-funding student and this one which came as I'm affording. Because I know you can't, according to my understanding, you can't sell the poorest of the poor, the NSFAS debt. These ones, has there been an approach of these big financial institutions? Have they knocked on their doors of the universities to say, can we buy this debt so that we are able to recover it ourselves? And much of this workforce, again, in this country, probably 60% of employment is government. An emphasis again, Chair, that it's a cycle of government owning everything and government paying everything again and government owing itself again. That's a reflection of that. The whole system of student funding, according to me, it's completely failed. It's a failure of student system funding. It's flawed. It needs to be revisited. It's a pity the data that we've seen here is not complete, because some of the data is not quality that is represented here. And when they were presenting, we didn't see the demographics. And I remember, Chair, you've asked for that. We didn't see, so that we are able to analyze this data correctly and be able to deduce some of the things. And if you can have the good quality of this data of the debt in its own, you can reach some conclusion on it. And then why is on SAPCO, why is 2017 debt dispute not resolved up until today? What's the hold up on that? And then on those, the third one, so that they answer all of them. The NSFAS closeout reconciliation has been pending since 2017. That's probably a decade. Who is accountable of this reconciliation not being done, and where is the failure is, and what specific deadline can we put to resolve this reconciliation? Because it's the one that is not giving us exactly to know what's happening on this debt.
Test. Can you hear me? Thank you, honourable members, Chair. The 2017 debt is the same problem as we have the closeout report, because the current closeout report cycle starts at 2017, for example. It may differ from institution to institution, but yeah, for example, in one institution in the Eastern Cape, for example, the closeout report even started in 2016, for instance, up to 2024, if I'm not mistaken. The NSFAS closeout report, Chair, of course, for it to happen and for it to be resolved requires all the role players. From NSFAS itself, they have a team that engage with the different institutions, and it also requires the institution to be committed to resolve it. But it's quite a journey. If you have an institution that is committed to do it, it takes a long time. I mean, it's a project that's been going on for more than a year, for example, in one TVET, but fortunately is resolved. So it's different stages of it, but I'm keen to learn from the CEO which colleges, for example, are still outstanding, so that we can follow up on that as well. Thank you.
Closeout project, who's supposed to be responsible and what has happened to that person? Why is the closeout project taking so long? I'll give NS first and then Dr. Matutu from your side as well.
Yeah, I think it's a general issue in NSFAS is that because there's so much leadership changes and ongoing instability from boards to CEOs to administrators, it's almost like every time a new person comes, sets new deadlines, before those deadlines come, they're no longer the accountable person. So I think that does play a role somewhat in where we are. With that being said, Chair, I think NSFAS is now at a point where we have finalized all reconciliations up to 2024 for universities and TVETs outside of the University of Limpopo, which I know is a special case. Everybody else is done from our side. The ball is with universities and TVETs. And I don't necessarily want to say they must be pressurized into signing, but it is for them to do the review based on their available capacity and come back to NSFAS. And there may be instances where we don't agree, and then we may have to explore dispute resolution mechanisms here. But from the NSFAS perspective, we can safely sit here and say that for up till 2024, for both the universities and the TVETs, we've done everything to give the required data for the finalization of the final agreements. And I think, Chair, our other commitment is that going forward, this reconciliation process will be completed within 3 months after the end of the academic year. We've designed the requisite methodology and process for that to be enabled. So once the academic year ends, by March the following year, so that you don't deal with a recurring issue into the future. Thanks, Chair.
I'll hand over to the board members and then I'll follow. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the Honorable Ngubane asks an important question about the presence of reserves and investments in institutions. And I think it is a good point. We talk about the tensions that we have to navigate of having to manage institutions and ensure their long-term sustainability and having to deal with the immediate problems. And that's why, Honorable Ngubane, sometimes you'll see universities stepping in to assist and bail out students when it is possible, the finances allow. But when it is difficult, also then we say, no, this year we are not able to because of this and this and that. So it is not that those options are not being tapped into, but they're being tapped into when it is possible and when we can see that the projections over an extended period of time can be absorbed by institutions. But I agree with you that if we were to look overall in the ecosystem, when we look at government, we look at private sector, we look at the different institutions, solutions could be found in terms of supporting students, especially students from disadvantaged backgrounds, to continue to study. But you would also find that in all of that, we have to also prioritize safeguarding the sustainability of institutions from a fiduciary perspective. As a Vice Chancellor, I will be in my position only for 5 years. And I do not want to take over an institution that is bankrupt. And I also don't want to leave behind an institution that is bankrupt, especially because once the institution goes bankrupt, it compromises a whole lot more students who could benefit from it. So I want to acknowledge your point that overall in the ecosystem, if we were to put our heads together and think about how we can leverage the resource pool that is there, we could find better solutions. Some of them are policy issues. Some of them are partnerships with the private sector. Some of them, as you say, are the selling of debt and so forth. But it should not be that universities are sitting with a debt of nearly 30 billion from a government entity. It should not be. Because if that 30 billion was available to us as universities, we would be able to assist a whole lot more students over an extended period of time. These things, they add up and they start to create bottlenecks that could have been avoided. And to some extent, I agree with you that there are failures here, failures of governance, failures of accountability that actually need to be attended to. From our side, I think that we do try to look at the nuance. We look at the challenges that NSFAS-funded students are facing, the missing middle students are facing, and so forth. We've also find that, for example, the cap for NSFAS funding of 350,000 has been there for a long time. It has not accommodated inflation over time. It has remained the same. The cost of living has grown, but that cap has not shifted. The cap for students who are missing middle is 600,000. It's been like that for a long time. And students are saying to us, why are you keeping this cap the same? Because the cost of living has grown, which is why now the problem of students who fall beyond that cap of 600,000 in terms of so-called self-funded students, the problem of debt is growing amongst them, because now they have become, for a lack of a better word, the new missing middle in the current age. And we have not necessarily, the policies have not caught up with their needs. So related to that is the fact that we also don't have a good means testing for self-funded students. Students will say, yes, I can afford, but we don't have good, effective way of means testing to actually test that they can actually afford. And because we prioritize in South Africa access to education, we're not going to create barriers for them to get into the university. So that prioritization of access means that there's very minimal barriers at entry. Then that's why we end up with barriers at exit. And again, if we could be able to do means testing, it means that those who fail means testing could be excluded and they may not have access. It will create another problem. So means testing is something that as a country we're going to have to think about whether we are going to adopt and how we are going to use it. The selling of debt, we have looked at options. As universities, we engage with financial institutions. Some universities themselves are financial service providers, are certified to provide loans, but we also engage with banks to make sure, to consider if they can adopt or take on some of these loans. I can tell you that given the current situation in the sector at the moment, there's a lot of reluctance. But we do meet several times with bank executives to see if we can actually build some sort of arrangement for them. Their threshold is much higher than what we have as universities, simply because we've got other things that we have to prioritize, like access and so forth. They are not concerned with that. So that's why sometimes we are not able to agree on that. Nevertheless, I would say that the efforts are there. We are putting in effort to make sure that we can find those alternatives. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I want to touch on the unfunded students and the impairment that Prof. Lewin referred to in that regard, because it links also to the point that my colleague made about the capacity of unfunded students to fund their education and the means testing. And this portion of the student body has grown over time, and the capacity to meet the debt requirements has also worsened over time. So I know that universities have done, in several instances, very careful studies about this grouping, the unfunded students. And some of those studies reveal that academic progress for that grouping is generally solid, but it is also the most vulnerable grouping. And so the point I want to make about that is that as the proportion of unfunded students grows within the system, they also proportionally become a risk to the system because they are more prone to drop out, more prone to psychosocial issues, and so on. So there's that human dimension that's also a part of the picture. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think most of the issues or the questions have been raised. And this area of 16% of employers are government. The reality is that so far, universities do not have any kind of access to those agreements with government to say that once a student has completed, then will automatically deduct from your salary. So those are options that could be looked at, working perhaps with SARS. The only institutions that have got that kind of agreement legally is NSFAS. We don't have that kind of agreement. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, all right. Last one, Chair. The NSFAS, that gap,
No, Honorable Souls is laughing because I said we must not have the last one. But
no, it's because because Chair, I had a lot, and then they took a lot of on the response. On the NSFAS side, that element of what Dr. Matutu said, the debt, some of the debt is accumulated by so-called NSFAS student, and that NSFAS funds. I want to confirm what was said. That is that those students, if we can get probably a criteria of what causes that, is it those students that come in as NSFAS deserving students, then along the system, their criteria, their character changes to be out of NSFAS system? What could be the cause of that, to have from the start, a student that you will call that it is NSFAS, so not supposed to be having a debt, but all of a sudden there's a debt that is called is from NSFAS. What could be the cause of that issue?
So it could be one of four things, Honorable Ngubane. The most prevalent one is a student who starts off being funded by NSFAS, does not meet academic eligibility requirements, and stays in the system as a self-funding student but can't afford to pay and accumulate debt. The second one is a student who does not apply for NSFAS in their first or their second year. They only become an NSFAS funded student in a second or third year, and that historical debts that they've accumulated per the current policy, NSFAS is not responsible for, and therefore they have to settle that with the university. The third category is students who opt for accommodation above the cap, and that additional portion becomes part of their debt. And the fourth is students who take additional services from the university that are not covered by NSFAS that also accumulates as debt on their accounts.
Okay, no, Chair, in closing, Chair, as university receive a value in withholding certificates with the aim of thinking that they will recover, has that happened? Because I can guarantee you there's no value proof that says the system that they are using of withholding students' certificate, it has made them recover the money that they've, if I can get that. And again, Chair, in my closing, the impairment ratio confirms that this 63% debt will never, ever be recovered. It just needs to be written off, and this needs to be a free education for students. Thanks.
No, I will give you after other members.
Okay.
to come with how do we help the students, the universities to recover for these funds, universities to get their certificates at the end after when members have spoken. I think in their presentation, they've indicated that the current system has not yielded. That is why the fees has gone up. In fact, the department also dealt with that part when they indicated that the number of students paying for the debt has decreased over time. So maybe let's think about what do we think. I heard Dr. Matutu's touched on the proposal that we are bringing. That one, Dr. Matutu, we are bringing as a solid proposal. We're just polishing the ends, but we're bringing it. Dr. Christians.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just think that, the figures that we saw today really paints a devastating picture for our students and our institutions, our colleges, our universities. And, I'm just wondering if this is not just a picture in the very near future of a systemic failure of what is currently happening with student funding and really students not being able to get their certificates and at the end of the day be valuable employed citizens of this country. So, a lot of it indicated that the students have become a permanent casualty of the unresolved issues between institutions and NSFAS, because we've heard about a lack of policy that can't be finalized, and that is really very concerning. We've heard 59 billion rand in student debt. Of that, 30 billion is linked to NSFAS-funded students. 188,000 graduation certificates are being withheld. That's universities only. 2.5 billion in debt affecting 466,000 students at TVET colleges with 20,950 certificates withheld. I mean, that really paints a devastating picture for the entire higher education system. And I'm wondering exactly how many students are actually affected sitting at home without a certificate, without being valuably employed in this country. And, my very first question is, are we not seeing just a very slow financial destabilization of universities and TVET colleges with such an astronomical debt burden that we are seeing? Does that not indicate to financial destabilization of the sector? And then with that as well, I want to ask, has Parliament really allowed repetitive discussions? I mean, it seems that we've come back again and again with the same thing. There's no policy. Closeout and reconciliation has not been done for years and years. So it's a repetitive concern that has come to Parliament, come to the Portfolio Committee again and again, but nothing has been done. There's been no implementation. I think those are my first two questions. Are we seeing the slow destabilization in the entire sector, that is TVETs and universities? And really, with regard to the policies being implemented, and I will ask a few more questions on that later, but is that the core of the problem that we are currently seeing?
Who would you like to respond?
Honorable Christians, maybe I can just start briefly. I want to acknowledge your point about students being caught up in the middle of what one could characterize as a systemic failure when it comes to student funding. And it is indeed deteriorating. But I think from where we stand, it is deteriorating quite rapidly. I wouldn't characterize it as slow. It's quite rapid. Um, and um, and as Dr. Matutu indicated, there is a number of interventions and concessions at the university level that are put in place to try and limit the extent of inconvenience and suffering for the students, including the fact that students who want to progress to postgraduate studies can be given letters to continue their postgraduate studies, even though they're still owing. And they may not get the actual certificate, but they're given letters, they're given academic records for them to proceed. Letters are sent to employers for them to proceed. If they are looking for bursaries elsewhere and the prospective bursars are looking for academic records, these are made available. These are administrative arrangements that are put in place in order to alleviate the negative impact on students. I am not in any way suggesting that it makes the situation okay, but I think I'm just pointing out that we try and limit that impact. And perhaps when the additional data that the Honorable Chairperson has requested comes forward, it will provide some additional insights there as well. I would want to suggest that this issue of the destabilization, as you call it, be made a matter for intervention as a matter of agency, because we are at universities, we can see the trajectory in terms of the debt is going up really quickly. We are also very mindful of the fact that the economic growth also is contracted as well. And we are mindful that even institutions that are supposed to support, like NSFAS, they themselves don't have the reserves, the money to actually solve the problem. And it feels like we keep kicking the can down the road. And some of the frustrations for us from the university side is that it forces each one of us as individual institutions to make our own independent decisions in order to contain the impact on our institutions. NSFAS will unilaterally make a decision on accommodation cap, even though when we accepted NSFAS funded students at university level, we accepted them knowing that all costs will be covered. And so all of a sudden we are faced with a debt that we did not project, we did not plan for. And we're going to have to then respond to that. The NSFAS may actually decide on their own to change the threshold for what percentage pass mark is that they're going to fund for that year. They can change it to 50%, they can change it to 60% in order to limit the impact on their bottom line. So those kind of individual responses, I don't necessarily think that they are helpful when you are looking at the bigger problem as you characterize it in the sector. So I do think a more comprehensive approach might actually be more helpful instead of individualized responses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. I think for the TVET sector, our response with regard to what you raised as financial destabilization, and one would like to say, yes, it is, we are moving in that direction. And the challenge is one. Number one is we have to try and strike a balance between access to education and also trying to recover what is owed to the college. Now, if a person was an NSFAS beneficiary in year one and then has failed and then is provided for N+1 for year two, he passes and then he continues until to a point that he no longer qualifies for N+ rule. we can't deny that student from coming back to the institution to continue, although he's no longer funded. And I think this also was raised by the universities to indicate that if a person has passed the undergrad and then he has to go for postgrad, but he owes undergrad, you want to allow him to continue, because if a person is not going to do anything after that, rather that person can continue studying. So that is the challenge that we are facing. And obviously, the same goes for the students that are referred to as privately funded or self-funding. When they approach the institution to say, I will fund for myself, we cannot deny those students and only close the college for those that qualify for NSFAS, because where these colleges are situated, it also talks to issues of accessibility. Maybe the question that we should be asking is, don't they want to pay or can't they pay? Because in most cases, we find that there are students that are able to pay, but they just don't want to pay. And lastly, I think it was also indicated by USAf. Obviously, it's an issue that affects us most. The issue of 350,000 rand for years and years as a capped amount to say this is only those that will be able to afford. But circumstances have changed. We have got teachers that are earning more than that amount of money, but they cannot afford to pay for fees. So those are some of the things that I think we really need to do and revise on those figures. Whether they are still, at the time it made sense, but now probably one will say it doesn't make sense or hold water anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much from both those. Yeah, because I mean, as I said, the picture does look damning. I've just, glanced through the TVET sector here. If I look at Capricorn TVET College alone, 242 million rand in debt. Nkangala carries Nkangala, 211 million. And I mean, we've heard that bad debt ratios are as high as 95 to 100% in colleges. And I mean, to me, simply this says that if colleges and universities are carrying such a high burden of debt, and especially TVET colleges, how are they really funding their workshops and, implementation of courses that they're doing in their workshops? It means that our students are actually getting an inferior education at these institutions because the debt burden is so high and colleges are unable to keep up with the latest technology because they just don't have the money to do that. So, I mean, that really is a huge problem and we're just very concerned about that. I think for me, the next issue is the missing middle student that we've heard about now, and I think that was your concern as well, that can they pay or don't they want to pay? Now, in a previous presentation, we heard that 30,000 students had applied to NSFAS for the loan scheme, and that initially that loan scheme had about 3.8 million rand to fund these missing middle students. But in the meantime, NSFAS reallocated that loan money to the bursary fund. At the end of the day, less than 2,000 students actually received money from the loan scheme, which in itself could be adding to the burden of these withheld certificates. And my question just is that when exactly are we going to get to a place where we actually have a policy for the missing middle student? How far is the policy? Because I think that will resolve a lot of the issues that we're seeing here. Do we have a dedicated policy for the missing middle students? And I think essentially, the movement of money around for deserving students from a loan scheme to a bursary scheme is also a concern. So that really is my question, and I think that is to DHET, really. Do we have a policy for the missing middle and the loan scheme at NSFAS, and maybe NSFAS itself as well?
Thank you very much, Dr. Christians, for that question on the missing middle. You will recall that we've reported to this portfolio committee a number of times that we have developed a comprehensive student funding model, and that followed a ministerial task team that was the MDOSET chairship, which produced a comprehensive report on all matters relating to student funding. A report that only fell short of also pulling data on other student support mechanisms that the department has, because we don't see student funding as a complete solution. As a department, we see student support as going beyond funding to also include mechanisms for supporting students that include the work that we are doing with higher health, wellness and all, work that we are doing with CATA, career guidance and career, those are all a comprehensive set of solutions that as a department we have developed for all students. Now, what then happened was that once the report was tabled, we then took it to cabinet, and cabinet, because we went to cabinet twice on it. At first, cabinet identified gaps in it. One of the gaps was a comparative study needed to be, embarked upon, so that our proposals also do a kind of comparison of other solutions in the countries that are economically comparable to our own country. That is one. The second issue was consultation. We went back to cabinet again with all that having been done, with a much more decent and more comprehensive report, which sits with us now, which was approved by cabinet, which therefore remain a guiding, policy statement of the department on issues of student funding. Now, in this report, there's one clause that directly speaks to NSFAS. Firstly, remember that one of the assumptions prior to the ministerial task team was whether or not NSFAS is a sustainable solution. That was the biggest, area that the DOS report was going to look into. And when it presented, it had three different solutions. One that was a hybrid of what you have in NSFAS and a different model that has a loan and a kind of a grant system, and the other two that were not recommended. The other one that was not recommended is doing away with NSFAS was not one of the recommendations. Therefore, NSFAS is in terms of government position currently not viable in terms of funding and financing, but a solution that the DOSA report felt it needed to be complemented by a loan kind of a system. That's when the missing middle solution became the matter under discussion. But the part, Chairperson, that was not resolved is a part that said for the next 10 years since the report was published, the department needed to start a process of consultation with stakeholders because and development of that model. We expected that the report would be the model, but when the report was tabled, it wasn't a model. It recommended a model further, which therefore means that the solutions currently on the table still require further, engagement, particularly with student communities, with business, because it seems as if all of us agree that government on its own may not be able to provide sustainable funding to NSFAS. We will need a comprehensive set of mechanisms that include partnerships between government and the private sector and any other solutions there of the nature. We have the report. We have shared it. It's in our website, and we can also share it with anyone else who requests it. I believe that we have not, done justice in actually unpacking this report and with our stakeholders. There were preliminary consultations. If you look at the report, there's a list of almost all our stakeholders. But we cannot, here sit and say those consultations were detailed and were in the nature that advice from cabinet suggested. So for me, the way forward is to embark on that and then take it forward.
Chairperson, I just want clarity on something quickly. So we have a report, and you've mentioned briefly what was in the report. In the report, do you also speak on certificate withholding at universities and how that will be dealt with? Because I think that will also be important for us then. And when this does then become regulation, a binding national regulation, when will we as Parliament, when do you envision us seeing some draft regulations on these policies? A framework, a national debt framework with regard to certificate withholding, debt management of NSFAS. I think it's important because what we now need is a concrete implementation plan of that.
Okay, thank you, Chair, through you. My colleagues will assist particularly in terms of the specific clause on student debts. There's reference to it, but there is no direct, indication of, withholding or not withholding, because as you know, in our report as we presented here, we did indicate that we've sought legal advice on it. So the department already is directed in it. In the solution of NSFAS, if I may just add on what you've said, I would say that currently we are revising and we have tabled or we are preparing the final bills on the amendment of the Higher Education Act, but also further we are revising the NSFAS Act on its own, and that presents the opportunity for South Africa to now using the reports that we've developed to inform the policy direction going forward.
Okay, let's do this. I think department, what Dr. Christians is painting is that there's a gap that has been identified, and you are saying it's a policy issue. Let's close it. Let's not wait for it to be late. The issue of the loan scheme, when we come back from lunch, you'll also have to take us through, because even the budget that we've just debated yesterday does not speak about that. The only loan money we have is the one that was taken from NSF and CITAS. How sustainable is that? This issue, the president, 2 weeks back when he was answering questions in Parliament, Honorable Khabo asked him a question about the sustainability of this model. And the president said they're still waiting for the in cabinet, the comprehensive model from yourself so that cabinet can approve it. So let's finalize those. Let's take this report to cabinet. Let's finalize. Because it's affecting all of us, universities, students, yourselves, ourselves, everybody. So let's just do that. Well, let's take lunch. We're back at 1:30 with our third person to ask Honorable Govan. So we're back at 13:30. the rest of us now. So let's try and respond to questions quickly, noting that we do want to provide solutions to this because it's a big problem for everybody concerned. Honorable Governor.
Enkosi Sihlalo, maybe one can just first make comments. On the issue of certificates. Yazi DG, kwelinye ixesha kuyafuneka sithi xa sithetha ngezinto zawusoloko ndinikhumbuza uba ezinye zee-interventions urhulumente ebekade efudula elawule lizwe eyedwa wayezenzela izizathu. When you are looking at the statistics okanye the numbers that are presented before this house, zithetha ngabantwana abanganikwanga okanye abangakafumani certificates zabo, diplomas and everything that is presented. It does not only say okanye ayiprovi into ethi how have we went back and looked at their backgrounds. Because anyone that is supposed to be funded by NSFAS, by virtue, that person uphila kwi-margin yonga afford. Then, is it not contributing even further? Uba while ke ngolo mntana eseyithathe uxanduva lokuthatha imfundo yakhe very serious ayesikolweni to free okanye akhululiko wabo, thina sibambe i-certificate. Ayimphazamisi nelungelo lakhe lokufunda lonto umntwana nje ungakazikhankanyi zonke ezinye izinto that are part and parcel of these processes that you are articulating here. Ndikhalela ukuva xa nicinga from a perspective of a black child who comes in the rural areas of Northern Cape, mandikhe ndiyenze i-example nge-Eastern Cape, who has been sent to school by her grandmother, ofumane grant, and out of the household there is 8 children. There is a mother who is a single mother and uneducated, meaning whatever work that she is doing will be just a domestic work. So this first grandchild goes to university and comes home egqibile ukufunda, but can't access her certificate. What does it say to that family, to that grandmother who had hope? What does it say to that child who had hope, I'll come back and make sure that I change the situation of my family? I just want to find out, but you'll even go to that instant when you are thinking about these issues of giving young children their certificates.
I think a direct question, a direct answer to a clear question must say ordinarily no child should have their certificates withheld or their yes, indeed, their certificates and diplomas withheld because they, of whatever reason, there must be other mechanisms that can be utilized to resolve these issues. The reason I'm saying this is so that the point of departure is clear that none of us in the department wish to see a student working, and at the end, when they must receive their certificates, they don't get it. I believe this is also the same thing that our institutions will say. They will also say that's not what they want. The problem is what then becomes their mechanisms to try and retrieve monies from students who may not have been able to pay. That is why in our presentation earlier on, we did indicate that at some point we actually sought legal advice because we had an intention to act within the law to support those students that were the victims of the circumstances we have described. And you have seen that the legal advice itself does not necessarily support that, but it also doesn't support that you do not pay you know. So that's a balance that we are trying to work with, and I'm going to request my colleagues to assist with their wisdom in this. But that's a clear response to us that says we are with you, Honorable Younger. We are saying, all of us, that no child must be left behind. All children matter, all students matter. But circumstances economically have imposed conditions that makes it very hard for institutions to follow a clear direction that says what do we do when this is not happening. And I think the solution we are looking for is a solution to assist everyone, and I would like us to be on the same side when we deal with this matter, because I believe we all want the same thing.
No. I don't think it needs. She wants me.
DG, I hear you. But I'm trying to, I don't know whether I must say, I'm trying to cascade down what has been discussed in a room, taking right where our victims are in this whole situation. In terms of numbers, how many affected graduates are currently unemployed due to inability to access their certificates? I'm going somewhere with that. In terms of numbers brought from university TVETs and colleges, not those who have not been given their certificates, but who have been unable to access employment industry, meaning they could not get any, or do you have any form of assisting them when they have been called to interviews in, that's what I just want to understand.
Yes, our intervention, if I were to speak for exams in the department, is to issue statements to all students, even if they would not have paid. But obviously, because in the manner in which we release the results, we don't actually normally release results directly to students. We release them to institutions. And that's where now the matter becomes difficult for, and I would like to hear SAPCO in this, but I also like to hear Dr. Ramaroka, their angle to it, but the direct answer is that we also are recommending to all of our institutions that certified statements must be issued to all students so that they are able to look for jobs and be able to pay. How are they going to pay if you don't give them, proof that they have acquired the skills that are necessary in the workplace? And I think that is more or less the what we sponsor as a point of departure, so that we can actually argue along those lines. Dr. Ramroka.
Thanks, DG. It's very
Yeah, it must not be difficult for us to hear you.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chairperson. It's very difficult for the institution. They need to be functional. I empathize with them. But where we are confronted with demand from the employer, we issue assurance letters that this person has got a diploma. And then if the diploma application is with us, we even issue that diploma. We've got no choice. We issue it and it gets taken to the employer. We don't even go via the college. It depends on the pressure. So sometimes we get called to say this particular individual is about to be given employment and he needs a diploma. So when we are under pressure, like the example gave by the chairperson of the portfolio committee, when a student was about...
Before you continue, can you just switch off your mic? I just have something that I would want to raise before you continue. You are saying if you are pressured. Imagine how many South Africans have missed an opportunity because those in the industries and in the market were not patient enough to be in a space to pressure you. Do you understand how many unemployed graduates are out there that have been left unemployed because of this issue? And you must get to that when you are discussing, because at least we must know that we are not talking about numbers. We are not being scientific about people. We are not going to do any test. Right here we are talking about South Africans, young people that should be taking part in the economy of South Africa. But their right is being deprived because of debt.
Yeah, I take note of that. In terms of our own competencies in exams, as the DG mentioned, we issue the statement of results to all to prove that they have complied with the requirements for a particular part qualification. Then after 90 days, then it is then that we'll release the certificate. But unfortunately, as we are discussing, some of those certificates it's difficult to be delivered by the institution because of the debt. But we've given them some documentation to prove that they have complied with all the requirements.
Yeah, maybe before we enter, I've just stopped your time. Because what you're saying, Dr. Ramoroga, universities or USAf or universities also do something to that effect. To say, we'll give you a letter of completion. And in some institutions like UWC allow you to graduate. I know it's not everybody who allows you to graduate, but at least I've seen it this year at UWC where a student was owing. They were allowed to graduate. In other institutions, they don't allow them to graduate. Now, reality is the interventions that we are saying from universities and TVET colleges, we know very well that they are not sufficient. Let me make an example. I'll make an example with the VC of UCT. Do you, and it's not a trick question, I just want you to help me to make people understand. So don't answer it as if it's a trick question. It's not a trick question. It's do you remember when was the last time you guys released an advert on anything at UCT? No. But in your advert, if we can check it now, would you accept that the intervention we're making will not be enough if your own advert says here that you must apply and attach these certificates, and if they are not attached, your application will not be considered? That's what we normally say. So we'll then agree that to say a company must give company must contact UCT, and then we'll confirm that you do have, you know that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because even yourself, when you advertise, you do indicate. Our content advisor just said us a parliament advert that's closing now in June. It says, if this said any of these things, your 3 months proof of res, your bank confirmation letter, your ID, a certified ID, and your certified copies of your certificates, if any of them are not attached, your application will not be considered. What does this mean? It means the concession that we are making with this student will give you a letter of completion. It will not help them. So the question there is that it comes from there. That yes, you have put, and it's not your fault. We're not really blaming you. But we are, like I said, we want to get to a point where we bring a solution. We're saying what has been on the table currently is not working because even us, the department, when you advertise, you do say, if you don't have a certificate, any of these things, you will not consider your application. So what you have forwarded as a temporary solution is not helpful to the situation. So that's the point that I think Honorable Governor is driving to yourselves. Yes, you do look, you have put something on the table, but this something is not resolving the problem. So that's the point we're trying to make. That is why we're saying let's get a solution together that will not harm institutions, that will not prejudice students, that will not finish off NSFAS. But let's find a solution that will help everybody on the system. So that's the question I think. So let's not be defensive even when we answer it, because it comes from a good place. We did say today we're in tangent with yourselves. So it's us, it's USAf, it's, in fact, I think even when we leave here, Dr. Matutu, we're going to release a joint statement, agreeing on everything. You wanted to come in, DDJ?
Yes, I like the mood. Thanks, Honorable Governor. I think there are those matters that would probably be within our control, institutions and the department. For instance, if we say the reason why the student has not received his or her certificate, and yet the student is supposed to be funded maybe by NSFAS, for instance, which is within our control, it could be a separate case. But I think the challenge might be on the category of the self-funded, which must also be synthesized, because some of the students will land on the self-funded category having initially been NSFAS beneficiaries, but because of them not being able to progress academically, then they fall within that category. I think the chair of the committee, there was a summary that he made as a recommendation for us as we live here, that maybe we need to crystallize this data or synthesize it in terms of the undergrads, those that have completed, which means it's people that can now access, job opportunities, and then those that did not complete, either they are dropouts or maybe they are still within the system. So maybe it can then give us a much better picture, because I think your initial question was to how many of those that are affected by this. But having quantified them, we then need to say, how do we then come up with a mechanism that is not going to disadvantage the students as well as the institutions. And I think these interim arrangements of saying, let's give them certificates, and we see that it's not working, what else can be done in that regard to make sure that we do not deny them the opportunities to access opportunities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Enkosi DDG. At least xa ndijonga noko i-age ka-DDG no DG, maybe you have experienced ukuswela growing up. I don't want to believe that you come from lit families. Maybe into enidibana nayo ngosele nibadala. UkaNquthu kwaZulu ezantsi. Mubuye ekhaya, you don't have your certificate. You are faced with all these challenges. Singabantu abamnyama, into depression siqala ukuyi-understandiswa ngoku. It was never a topic that we grew up and a term that we understood better. Then uzibone uchincha even i-thinking yakho. Is there any support for umntana onjalo? Psychological assistance on how we cope with such matters? Because depression does not knock on our doors simply because asinamali. But also it knocks on our doors because of the opportunities that we have missed because of the system. If the system does not respond to our needs, it keeps on failing us. It triggers a lot of things that had happened before. Ucabange lengane engikhuluma ngayo ephuma eNquthu babusisha. Ifike e-university o-honorable Lonzi begqoka i-Adidas. Yona ibigqoka i-pumps yaka Mr. Price or kaPep. Igqoka isikete esimnyama. You can think uyabazi labantwana engikhuluma ngabo on the first month uyababona ubona ukuthi uyabona lo awumtshelwa umuntu ukuthi uphuma kephi. Now she's going back home. Ukuleyo situation. I'm thinking, what support do we offer those students? Do we have any method or mechanical support to offer to them so that they cope? Because uzothi ngexesha ejongene ne-unemployment but abejongene nale problem also.
Yeah, maybe if I may come in, Honorable Governor. Yes, there is support, but I would not say it's adequate to go to that length. We have in the TVET sector what is called the student support units. But in the main, the focus has been assisting them with access to the student financial aid, but also ensuring that there's mental health support, working together with higher health. But it might not be adequate because I think part of the support that we need to is when they've now graduated and they're exiting the system, because I've seen there are few colleges that will venture into job readiness programs, for instance, because that's where you are able to also pick it up that there are these outstanding issues that the student must first deal with. So I can say that yes, there is, but it's not adequate enough to go to that length that we should be able to identify and provide such support. There are engagements with higher health to also assist us with online support, because it is limited to students being physically in institutions, and most of these situations that experience sometimes
they will be probably out of the system. But we should be having an online support, for instance, that they can be able to access wherever they are. So I can say, yes, there is, but it's not adequate enough to provide them that support. Thank you.
So, DG, you will agree if I would say some of suicidal that take place in the country might be contributed by this problem that we are facing as the department?
I agree, Honorable Younger. It is that serious, the matter we are discussing, and there's an angle that Honorable Letzias brought, which I did not think about earlier, that even though we've got these mechanisms we are reporting, but our own HR policies sometimes undermine the very same mechanisms we are putting in place. And I think that is what now needs to be part of our solutions going forward, to say we are going to revise those policies that are not consistent with our posture of saying we are going to prioritize those who are at the wrong end of our policies.
Then, DG, when we measure our gains, we must also measure the loss of life that we have encountered throughout the years through this withholding of certificates. The missing middle is one of the largest also number that we need to contribute and think about. How far are we in consolidating a framework and fast track the introduction of the funding model to uplift the burden that has been given to middle class that does not afford higher education? It's a fact that we just need to stop running away from and find funding models that will assist the missing middle. Because I'm trying to think of a teacher, a post-level 1 teacher, who has 3 children. One child is in university and the other 2, one is in primary and one is in high school. And she must run a household. She must do day-to-day basic. And there's this child that needs to university that is deprived and unfunded by the whole government. How far are we in terms of fast-tracking that and the framework?
Thank you. I would have given this question to Wasim. He's not in the house. I don't know if my colleagues from NSFAS can add. But I need to indicate that we took a firm decision that notwithstanding the fact that we had no budget, but we will find the money from somewhere to at least get started. And we did find money from the National Skills Fund, about 4 billion rands, with that we allocated to NSFAS to now start a new loan system that caters for the needs of the missing middle. And reports have been given to the portfolio committee indicating challenges in the implementation of this loan system. And I think that's where we are now, to say how we're going to support and assist NSFAS to unblock those blockages. But as a department, we have taken a firm decision that this is the way to go. This comes from the fact that in the report that we tabled to Cabinet, our proposal, our first option was a hybrid model. And the hybrid model combined both the loan and the grant, so that those who do not qualify in terms of the yardstick that we use to determine beneficiaries of NSFAS will then be assisted through the loan system. There are certain things that needed to have been looked into, and one of them is the fact that still, even if you are able to be granted the loan, you still must apply in the institutions and qualify, because most of them would be postgrads, and there are requirements in these institutions for entry into those graduate institutions. So NSFAS just on its own cannot resolve those matters. They require the department, they require our institutions, all of us to work out a mechanism that will make those 32,000 applicants to now start benefiting from this. Otherwise, if we allocate money only and we just allocate responsibility, we now have learned it's not enough and it's not sufficient. We need to do more than that. Now, in our conversations, in terms of the consultation on the model, those are the things that we are going to be tabling so that resolutions can be there. It is clear to me that we need to take it more urgently, because quite clearly I think this we take very seriously. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Lons.
No, thank you, Chair, and want to appreciate the presentation of USAf and the the organization in charge of TVET colleges. I think I'll start with universities, Chair, and then I'll do with TVETs. So I just want one favor from you. If you can tell me when I reach my 10-minute mark, so that I can shift. Obviously, Chair, we have a bill. And I'm told you made some comments about it earlier on when I was not here. I'm going to go and watch the video so that if I need to respond to certain things, I will. But we obviously have
I can make them. I can make those comments even now, but if you prefer video, you can.
We have a bill. I think we've shared it with USAf as well, but it was still at a very early stage. It's now in the process. It's being processed by Parliament Legal because they need to check if it meets the constitutional test. But I think we're at a very advanced stage to finalize the bill and be able to present it in this committee, but also share with stakeholders in the sector. So I'm not going to speak on everything on that bill, but there's one point that I really want to pick the brain of USAf on. Because one of the arguments that we make in the bill, and we present this as a schedule to amend the Higher Education Act, is that the withholding of certificates is not the only debt recovery method at the disposal of universities. I think that's one of the most important and primary arguments we make. And then we then go further to say, even the bill itself, because we have to appreciate the rights of institutions of higher learning, it must not impede or it must not stop universities from pursuing other lawful ways of recovering the debt from the students, at least on the aspect of withholding of certificates. So I wonder if Doc or Prof, anyone who'd like to take it, I wonder if universities would be amenable to that, to say that we are not saying that you must not use other lawful ways that are reasonable, that are not going to be negative or like where you literally become a mashonisa. But this one of holding the certificate can't be the only mechanism that you have to recover debt. And if we agree on that baseline, then we should be able to put our heads together as a sector and unite to say these 188,209 certificates that we are withholding in our universities, let's immediately release them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lonzi. We did receive the bill, the draft bill. We have what is called the Legal Advisory Committee as USAf, and they accepted the bill and we haven't responded in terms of what our responses are as USAf to the bill. On the issue of the withholding of certificates, as you heard in my presentation, this is the last resort that universities use in trying to recover debt. There are quite a number of initial ones that they utilize. The first one, when you realize that a student is owing the university money and you would like that student to proceed with the studies, perhaps because of the fact that academically they are performing well, the acknowledgement of debt is signed by the students. The university is under no obligation at that stage to provide the student with acknowledgement of debt. They should be saying, pay this debt or we're not going to register you. So that is the first stage where they try to get the student in while owing. That wouldn't have been an arrangement before the student gets registered. It's an arrangement after a student has accumulated debt. And then the next one is when they say you've got a cutoff point when it comes to your debt level. If it's above this amount of money, we will not be able to register you the following year. Find ways and means.
I'm very, with respect, sorry to cut you talk. I think it's my error. I wasn't specific.
Yes.
For now, I want to ring fence our discussion in the students who have already completed the academic requirements.
Right.
So not necessarily, we'll still come to the ones who are still registered.
Yes.
I'm asking about these ones, you know, they were studying engineering, they were studying law or whatever.
Yes.
They've passed all the exams. They are not asking for re-registration next year.
Mm-hmm.
They are saying, we've passed, we've completed our academic commitments.
Yes.
So I'm struggling to understand how even there the university would perceive the withholding of a certificate at that point as a last resort. I want to believe that surely there are other lawful mechanisms that the university can use to pursue that particular debt without necessarily disadvantaging this young person from being able to access employment opportunities. Because I think already in the discussion of the chair and Prof. Musa, it was established that when you don't have this certificate, it does hinder your ability to get a job, even if the university wants to give you a statement of results.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Lonzi. I think from where I stand, as I indicated before, we take no pleasure in withholding certificates, and it's not something that we want to do. What we try to do is do what is within our sphere of control. If our sphere of control in terms of recovery of debt is expanded beyond what we can do now, I would very happily let go of the withholding of certificates, very happily. And I can tell you that we also know that once students graduate, whether we withhold student certificates or not, the success rate in recovering that debt is very low in general. And that's why a lot of it become really bad debt. So we don't really want students and graduates to leave with debt linked to the university. But if we are going to be expected to do that and still let go of certain mechanisms that we can control to allow students to explore other opportunities, we also want the commitment from the graduates to actually pay that debt. The way I explain it to them is that don't kick the ladder down, you know, after you. When you go through university, you get education, you are going on to go and get opportunities. There are other people that are coming behind you. When you leave behind bad debt, you're closing opportunities for them. So for us, I think if in that process, in that bill, we are also allowed to explore other opportunities to do means testing, to be able to work with employers to recover debt, and so forth. We are happy to let go of the withholding of certificates. It's not like there's any specific reason that we want to hold on to that, and actually we don't really want to. We want them to graduate and get certificates and leave and go and explore other opportunities.
No, thanks, Prof. No, I think that does help the process, and I think we'll try our best to include it there, because it is an argument we make that we can at least list about 4 to 5 other ways of doing this, and we believe that this one of withholding the certificates is probably the least desirable, because in most cases it even makes it difficult for the student to access income, which means you won't even be able to get into a discussion with the university of how you're going to pay back, because how will you commit to paying back if you don't have an income? And if the income is contingent on the fact that you need a certificate to present to it. So, but I think we're going to have more discussions on that. The second last question I wanted to ask on the universities is that I know you've already said you don't really want bad debt and irrecoverable debt. I just wonder, I mean, I'm not an accountant, so I don't know how it works, really, the technical stuff. But it appears to me that once the university concedes that this debt is now falling on the side of irrecoverability or bad debt, it's almost an admission that the likelihood of us getting this debt is very minimal. So I would then ask, if we reach that stage, which I agree is undesirable for the university, why would the university then further insist to still withhold the certificate of that young person? Because with my, again, little accounting knowledge, Prof, you'll be patient with me. Once you take the debt to the side of bad debt, you have actually, it's an admission that your debt recovery method of withholding the certificate is not working, or at least has not worked between now and whenever the student, has owed that money. And if that is the case, would it not then be reasonable and rational to just give the young person the certificate?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. What we are trying to avoid is a culture of non-payment. So if you know that if you hold on and you stay the course for 5 years, you are going to get your certificate. And everybody knows that. Then the issue of withholding a certificate becomes an ineffective method of trying to recover debt, because as Prof has said, there's no joy that we get from keeping certificates. The issue is we want to recover debt. Now, once it's known that the certificates, once 5 years has lapsed, you get it, then why everybody can wait for 5 years and then get the certificate? Even people with certificates can stay for a good 4 years, 3 years without any kind of substantive job in the market. So you have nothing to lose.
Okay, I understand that explanation. Although I'd debate it, but I understand it. I think, to me, if I had the resources, Chair, I think it would be a good constitutional test for our country to start this method. Because number one, I think it's undesirable for various socio-economic factors. But number two, I mean, with my little law knowledge, it's almost like you're punishing the student twice when you're withholding their certificate, because it's very punitive. Already, this person is being disadvantaged by the fact that they've got debt and they can't get employment, and then on top of that, their certificate is then withheld. It's like what's that legal principle? Like double jeopardy or something like that. It's almost like double punishment for the same crime. If I were to put it in common sense terms, but we're still going to have this discussion. We do ask humbly that USAf opens that space for us. Once the legal gives us back our final draft, we'll share it with you, and then we can be able to exchange ideas. On the issue of the NSFAS cap, um, uh, Prof. Musa, you'll forgive me here. I know UCT is coming on the 10th or 15th or whatever. I'm just abusing you because you're already here. So part of and we've had this debate a lot in the committee, is that in certain parts of the country, I mean, Chair usually makes an example, I think, with CPT, Belvin, and UWC, Prof. Balfour. Maybe I'll come to you as well afterwards. So there's a res at UCT called Rochester. And then right next to that res, there's a CPUT residence called Cattsville. Now, I don't even think the length of this room is longer than the distance between those two residences. You know, these people are breathing the same air. They are likely exposed to the same. If there were to be crime in the area, they'd be exposed to that. But if you look at the fees of the Rochester residents, which is a UCT resident, well, it's the best university in Africa and all of that, we know. But I struggle to understand why the cost would be almost double the price of a student res that is right next to our university residence. Because when I just did a quick search here, I mean, Rochester, I think sharing or non-sharing, non-sharing, I'm looking at about 89,520. Cattsville, 52,000. Sharing, UCT, 78,690. Cattsville, 46,000. So almost double the price. That's why I sometimes sympathize with NSFAS and government. And I'm not supposed to because I'm in opposition. But I sometimes say, but no, man, I'm abusing the state here. So an NSFAS student who comes from Guguletu, two students come from Guguletu. This one happens to stay at the UCT res. This one happens to stay at the CPT res. But the cost of residence is double the amount. What do you think about that, Prof?
Honorable Chair, this honorable member has intelligence that he shouldn't have.
I want to indicate that I'm not part of that for a change.
Honorable Lonzi, it's possible for neighbors to pay different levels of rent. It's not so much simply about the neighborhood. It's also about the quality of the structure and the services that you receive within that. And the services are also not just physical. It's a value chain of services that one receives. And as already indicated earlier, the cost structures of the institutions also differ. As at UCT, we are not an HDI. We don't receive subsidy. The cost model, it's full cost model, unlike CPUT and maybe even UWC or other institutions. I agree that to some extent there is comparison in terms of the geographic area, and when it comes to the accommodation cap, we often advance the argument that in general, the areas where the university is located in the city of Cape Town, it's quite expensive relative to other areas or other parts of the country. And so that's why if NSFAS is going to cap at 50,000 or 55,000, and at Rochester it's 89,000 or 90,000, the difference then gets carried by a student whose household income is less than 350,000. It makes no sense. But that's a decision that NSFAS can make unilaterally without necessarily taking into account those specifics. So I accept your point that there are differences in residences that can be neighbors, but I would also like it to be seen in the context of rent can differ even in two buildings next to each other. Thank you.
No, I think I accept that, VC. And perhaps the responsibility then wouldn't even lie to you as universities. We should then ask the department the question that the quality of education that is provided to a CPUT student, should it not be the same as the quality of education that is provided for a UCT student? And by education, not only curriculum alone, but student life. So if the argument that UCT is making, which it has every right to make, is that in our residence system, we try and go above and beyond to ensure that the residence life of a student is such that it's conducive for them to succeed academically. Maybe you've got swimming pools, you've got TV rooms, you've got, I don't know. And then maybe next door, it's just unfair. CPT is not, maybe if the VC of CPT was here, he would have made his own case. And maybe next door is not there. So then the question we have to ask the department broadly, if we're saying the only problem is not geography, the only problem is not metro versus non-metro, but also the student life that we see in different residences, then surely a lawyer or a doctor that comes from WUSU must be the same as a lawyer or doctor that comes from UCT, because ultimately these people must come and contribute in the same society. I must feel free when I enter a hospital and there's a WUSU or a Forte a doctor there, and there's a UCT doctor there. But if you've got this quality which is linked to money, then there's that disparity. I guess it's not a question, TDG, but just an observation based on that response. My last question, Chair, I think I'm left with 2 minutes here, is to TVETs. I was a little bit mischievous when you went out. I just paused for 30 seconds, but I'm telling on myself, Chair. The last question to TVETs. I read there's the professor who was here last week, Chair, Prof Balim. He did a report on NSFAS, I think, the Balim report. So I had a little bit of time and I went through that report. And there's a very compelling argument he makes on funding of TVET colleges. And the argument he makes there is that largely, majority of the students who are enrolling in TVET colleges are NSFAS funded students. It's not like universities where you've got self-funded bursaries. TVETs, I may not have the numbers, but I can happily say 90% going north is NSFAS funded students. And if we agree with that, DDG Zungu, then why must we create these different layers of money flow? Because if already we know that majority of the students who are coming here are going to be funded by NSFAS, and NSFAS covers tuition, transport, books, accommodation, all of that, why don't we then just take a decision as government that we are going to make TVET college free? And then money is just going to move directly from National Treasury into the bank accounts, hopefully TVET having the necessary capacity of TVET colleges. And then a young person simply goes to the TVET, registers, obviously they must meet the criteria, and the TVET gives them a textbooks, the TVET gives them the service. Because in any case, that is what in theory is supposed to be happening. Because this is an NSFAS student, they're not paying anything. So why must Treasury give money to NSFAS? NSFAS gives it to some middleman company, then that company gives it to this company, and then it arrives in the hands of the TVET. You'll actually find that if we're to just say, as a young person in South Africa, just go and register at a TVET college, government will cover it, will save more money than giving these different layers of money flow. I know NSFAS won't agree because maybe I'm preaching their unemployment, but I really don't see it, and I wonder what the view of the department on that. I think I'll rest on that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
No, thanks, Honorable Blonze. I thought DG will come on this one.
But it's a good question. If I just take you back, pre 2007, just before the introduction of NCV, none of the students in the then TVET sector were funded by NSFAS. I think we started getting exposed to NSFAS around 2010, 2011. Now, when that happened, I think the department indeed had transferred the monies directly to the colleges, and they were able to do that. We then had to move over to NSFAS because NSFAS had already a system to disperse or to do disbursements. Our organizational structures at the time did not have the capacity where, like universities also, they had fully fledged financial aid, offices. And I remember at UCT, we used to have a gentleman called Mr. Makandi, and when the money was paid, to say, Umakandi ungenile. Remember Mr. Makandi? Yeah, so the reason why we had to utilize NSFAS, because NSFAS had the administrative system to disperse. However, I think the minister had asked, I think early this year, my colleagues will assist me, Mr. Mdire and Mr. Ube, that we need to work on that model again. I think there is a documentation to that effect that we are working on in terms of, TVETs having to deal with that particular aspect. But he was looking at making, TVET, free to the students. Yes, there are certain aspects that we need to look at. And that is a proposal that we are busy working on. But I think if Mr. Mutero can just come in terms of how far we are, and Mr. Ube, they can just tell us on that. Or you want to come in?
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yeah, I fully agree with the principle of the BALIM. I understand the point of departure. The difference, though, is that our idea of the TVET education, its quality and its shape and size, is not the BALIM idea. But it's a valid submission, which I think he is trying to indicate how we're processing that idea. But you can expect that in our policy statement that we are going to be making as we revise the CET Act, we are going to articulate what we have in mind is a polytechnic type of an environment like you see in China, where it's not just an advanced technical school, but it's a serious technical and vocational institution that is defined by the partnership model that you see in Germany, where students that are in the system, if they are in automobile, their practicals are the latest model of whatever car that is there because of the backing of this. So the opening of the doors principle of BALIM, we agree with it because philosophically it makes sense. But the mechanisms that you need to put a system in place that is going to be what is in our dreams about the TVET sector is something that needs to be shared with all our stakeholders and be discussed to a point where the vision of government, you know, is the one that you know, define that trajectory of what we want to see. It's a if I were to answer this question in one line, I would say it's in the shape and size of the new TVET system we dream of. And when we articulate and we release that shape and size document, and the minister did touch on it in the speech, we will be more clearer in our articulation of it. But we do not disagree with that point of departure. We feel that it is aligned to what we are doing. We just don't want to excite the public and then fall short in terms of the means to get to a point where we actually want. We want to walk with the public towards the vision that's much more sophisticated than our own views earlier on in our evolution.
Okay. Yeah. So DG, you don't really disagree with the Prof. Balim report on TVET, but because of where you believe that you guys are taking the TVET with the introduction of the occupational, you don't want to make any pronouncement that may be that may have shortcomings for you in future. That's the long and short of your answer.
Absolutely. The cost of
Yeah.
the occupational programs on its own is one of the biggest challenges that we are confronted with right now.
Yeah.
And if we were to make statements that later on are contradicted by the material conditions we are confronted with, we will be seen as a government that has not looked into the scientific angle of
You know what, together, DJ. It's okay. You see, what you said in 8 minutes, I said it in less than one. The problem is we don't have enough time. Soon, you would have Prof saying they want to leave because they're catching a flight. Now, I'm worried about that. That is why I don't want to interrupt, but let's be mindful on that. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. USAf. Is there any chance at all that there would be two institutions that would have the exact same total student debt, self-funded debt, etc., to the cent?
Most unlikely. If we are considering the fact that those numbers are calculated from an accounting perspective on honorable souls.
All right. Prof, let's look at your presentation. UMP. Under institutional overview. What is the amount for total student debt for UMP?
Uh, 218-651-977.
What is the amount for VUT?
218-651-977. Yeah, I think there must be an error there. We'll check it out.
That's not an error. Self-funded student debt,
No, it's the same throughout the row.
how can that be an error?
No, the error in putting in the data, Honorable Member.
How do you put in the data?
We put in the data from the data collected from universities individually.
Seeing that you're saying it's an error, I'm now trying to understand error. When you put in the data, do you type in or do you copy and paste?
We copy and paste, Chair.
So you have a most unlikely event here or occurrence here.
Not that unlikely.
I asked you to start with that, is it possible? You said it's your words was, or Prof's word was, it's most unlikely.
Yes, it's most unlikely. However, if you look at the lines that we are talking about, it's possible to copy for a particular university, paste, and the pasting, it can follow from a previous university. Anything is possible. We'll check it.
The only problem with that is UMP, VOT then comes after you've copied and pasted UP, UNISA, etc. So you understand?
Anything to do with human error, Chair, is possible. We're talking about human error here.
Why this is important is essentially what you're now presenting to us. That means there's at least one university's data that is not accurate here. That's the point. And so when you come and present to us, accuracy is key.
We agreed. Thanks, Chair. Honorable Member.
So the same human error, if you look at migration measures, just for UMP and VUT, the migration measures is exactly the same. Help me understand that.
Or mitigation measures. Okay.
Sorry, mitigation measures.
Okay. We'll check that, Chair.
No, we're checking now. Page number 14. UMP, VUT, the mitigation measures for those two universities is exactly the same.
Yeah, we'll check that, Chair, and provide you with the correct version. Apologies for that.
What I'm saying is we're checking now, so you are saying that it's not correct.
Yes, what I'm saying is we will check and make the necessary corrections and bring that back.
And what I'm saying is we are checking.
Yes.
We agree it's not correct.
Not necessarily. Anything is possible. That's why I'm saying we'll check it. I don't have the raw data with me now.
Okay, is it correct?
I don't know, Chair. That's why I'm saying we'll check it and provide you with the correct.
If you accept that it's human error, then you're saying something's wrong. It
Certainly with the numbers, I'm not sure about the wording.
It is not hard. All I'm saying to you is your presentation is flawed, at least with one university's data. You accept that?
We accept that.
Then
certainly in terms of the numbers, I'm not sure about the words.
Prof, it's wrong for you to come to us. Give us the perception that the information is accurate. When I show you it's not, then you justify it. The best thing to do is take accountability. We accept that there's any institution's information that you've put to us that is not accurate. You'll fix it. It's a simple thing. If you say to me, no, there's a possibility that the information is correct, I have a problem with that.
I certainly agree with the numbers. I'm not sure about the words.
I will leave you to that. Has the debt increased? The student debt, the total number, has it increased? Are you recovering debt? Or is the universities that you are responsible for recovering the debt? Or is it increasing? Is it rising or decreasing?
Despite the number of measures that we have mentioned to the committee, the debt started at least in 2020 with about 16 billion, and we are sitting at 59 billion now after 6 years. So certainly there has been an increase in debt, and there are quite a number of factors to that. The student number increases, the issues pertaining to NSFAS, and the debt recovery methods that we have mentioned are not working, the socio-economic position of the country with high unemployment levels for graduates.
So is the withholding of certificates helping?
Partly, as it has been mentioned, that's one of the areas that we have control over. There are others that we're employing. For instance, the debt collection mechanisms.
Just on the effectiveness of keeping or withholding certificates, is it working? Debt is increasing.
Yes.
So logically, is that mechanism working to decrease or recover debt? Just based on what you've presented to us.
Minimally working, because at least we have something which we know will link the student with the university.
I don't want to do this, but I have to. What do you mean by minimal? What's the percentage of minimal? Because in my view, it's not working to recover debt. The debt is increasing.
Okay.
So, okay.
If we look at the unemployment levels in the country, assuming that we didn't have those for graduates, if we look at the ease of recovering debt from those people who are employed, so withholding certificate would fully work. But now, because people are unemployed, because we do not have the additional mechanisms of collecting this debt, for instance, for government employees, it then makes it to be relatively very low in terms of working. However, if we were to just give out certificates, that is one sure way of ensuring that there's nothing which links us with the student who owes us money.
But that's not true. In your first preamble, you are admitting that it's not working. You just added the words, made it hard to accept things that is a reality. So that once you accept a challenge, you can then work on a solution. I want to get us to understand that, yes, I know you want to have this as a means so that you don't create a culture of non-payment, you said earlier. I get that. But in reality, can we look at it without any emotion and say, but it's not working? It's not helping to recover debt. Withholding certificates is not helping to recover debt.
Yeah, Honorable Souls, I think that in the presentation, we do not present evidence of exactly what the success rate of withholding certificates is. And likewise, there is no evidence to suggest that it's not working. I don't think that if we are being objective and not being emotional, that we would attribute to the growing trajectory of debt solely to a failure of the mechanisms that are in place. And I think what has also been shared is that the universities are using a combination of mechanisms. So it's an intervention that does not only rely on the withholding of certificates, but at the same time, we do have other measures, including debt collectors and other interventions. What we can acknowledge is that, in general, the overall success of recovering debt is not at a level that we would like, not simply for the withholding of certificates, but for the combination of the methods and interventions that we have in place. So that one I can concede to you, but I wouldn't specifically attribute it to withholding certificates. I don't have the evidence for that.
All right. I don't know how much time I'll have left, but I want us to test this because it's imperative. Let's look at Rhodes University as a case study. Rhodes University and their mitigation strategy, what do they say in mitigation? Rhodes University says strengthening student debt management through measures such as withholding results and certificates. They are saying that to mitigate, they are going to strengthen measures to withhold. That's their strategy. Certificates. Now let's look at what did they manage. They've reported irrecoverable debt of how much? When you look at the institutional review, 417 million. Irrecoverable debt. So if we use that as a case study, we are seeing that it's not working.
I think they are talking about a future plan. Chair, I'm not sure.
Yes, but the
If you're
future.
saying they are still going to be doing that, that's their future.
Yeah, sorry, Prof. It's their future plan of mitigating. But you are not saying that they have used that plan. Currently, they've used it. They're saying the plan that we've used, we are going to strengthen that plan.
Mhm.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
So it's not the plan that we've used, we are going to strengthen that plan.
Mhm.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
So it's not a new thing that they are going to do in the future. They are strengthening that same thing they've been doing. That has not been working.
Mhm.
Do you accept?
It depends on what they've been doing all along.
They are saying that. They're saying what they've been doing. They're going to strengthen. No. The words they are using is they are going to strengthen withholding results and certificates. So in other words, we have done this. We're going to strengthen it.
So if you take it on the face of what is purely in the document, I would accept your argument, and I would also accept that it needs to be more creative.
Yes.
If the success rate is not ideal.
Now, if we're going to be solution driven together, I can't work with you if we are not boiling down to what the issue is really. Because then, when we accept the true reality, then I can work together and say, now let's think out of the box how we're going to deal with the issue. Do you understand the approach?
So what I understand is the need for a more nuanced, accurate diagnostic of the underlying factors that are driving the debt, and also then the mechanisms that have been tried, their effectiveness, and what other opportunities there might be for more creative methods that can be used.
Absolutely. Once we have that, and we're not afraid to say, hey, this is not working, we can then ask, what are the other avenues? Because it might not be working, not because students doesn't want to pay, which is the reality for most of our students.
Right.
It's not that they don't want to, it's that they simply can't. Majority. So now, When we drill down to that issue, then we say, what are the other means? Without creating a culture of non-payment, how do we then assist?
So I can give you an example of a graduate from MBCHB, a medical doctor.
Yes.
Who you would expect that on average this is someone who's paid well. But when we actually calculated, taking into account all their costs, how much they would be able to pay, they were only going to be able to manage at best 10,000 rands, and that was going to take them a few years to be able to clear their debt that they had, given the fact that they also studied for 6 years. So I agree with you that even when someone is gainfully employed, it may still not be easy for them to clear their debt quickly, and we may have to look at other options.
I'm asking, don't just look at the numbers. Look at the reality of our students. Look at genuinely the human aspect of what our students are going through. When we sit in these meetings and these boardrooms, let's do it with the heart of governance. In my case, the heart of politics. Let's balance that out, not just the numbers. And I'm almost done. When we look at NSFAS, for example, NSFAS responsible for 49% of that debt, right? And we heard earlier that some of it might not even be debt. It's just a matter of the systems and the reconciliation element and so on. But that would then imply that there are 49%, if we use the 188,000 of certificates being withheld, let's say 49% of that will be like 53%. So 53,000. So there's 53,000 certificates being held back from students, and it's not even their fault. 53,000 students are not entering the job market, possibly, because of something that is not their making. If we have considered it with the heart, we should say, why make them wait? Why not then use the 53,000 certificates and give it to those people?
So I would agree with you. I think that in general, the burdening of debt on the students who come from the households that qualify them for NSFAS, it's not fair on the students. And in fact, as I indicated, you would have seen that the problem got worse as the DDG was presenting in 2023. And in 2023 is the year that NSFAS took a unilateral decision to introduce the accommodation cap. And when they are having difficulty balancing their books, they shift that to the university, and then the university shifts that to the students. So that's why I was earlier saying that we should not be in a situation where money owed by government or in its entities is going to be sitting with students at that level that we see currently. And some of it are policy issues, but they are preventable, and we should try and avoid that. It's a different case for self-funded students, and we can have a different conversation about it. But the ones that are supported by the state, then we need to make sure that it's prevented.
Prof, thank you so much for your spirit. It is that kind of spirit that I was looking for so that we get to a solution. Whilst we sit in these rooms, we now wearing blazers, we now wearing ties, but let's not forget, we also used to wash in scottles, went to go fetch water at a communal tap, studied with candles. Let's bring our heart into these conversations. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Souls. You know, I studied a lot of maths and stats, so when somebody speaks, I calculate. And on a lighter note, 49% of 188 can't be 53. Can't be 53. I mean, and how we'll calculate it is, we'll take it easy and say 180,000. 1% of this is 1,800. then 50% of 180 is 90,000. So from 90,000 you minus 1, it's 49%. So if you wanted 49%, you'll say 90,000 minus 1.8, which was going to be around 87 point. So I'm just saying, you know, sometimes my mind works like that sometimes when somebody.
Chair.
No,
Chair.
when somebody does these things, it comes to me. I'll give you the right of reply on my minutes.
No, Chair. I'm going to. I also used my brain,
Yeah.
which is not working. So you must now take me through the steps of the calculator, please.
Yeah.
Let me open the calculator and you say, what must I do?
Yeah. Now you said you wanted 49% of 188,000.
No, what must I say? 188?
No, let's say you want to simplify it. Say 180,000. Yeah, 0.49.
180?
1,000 times 0.49. Give you
180,000
something like 87.8 or something like that.
times
0.49.
0.49. 0.49.
Yeah, equals to.
88,200.
Yeah, so it's around that time. 88,000.
Yes. Unlike.
No, this is Jimo Tsega's maths. Mine is mental.
Unlike Prof on that side.
Yeah. No, I was just saying to make it easier. Yeah. No.
Yeah, she's a chair. Unlike Prof.
Yeah.
I said 53,000.
Yeah.
The calculator says 88. You are correct. Unlike Prof, I will concede I was wrong.
Okay. No, thanks. Just quickly establishing the facts again. USAf. I think I don't want us to maybe take the longer route. That's the shorter road. Is that with the presentation from the department, the 16-page slides that deals about looking at the trends of the debt, we do agree that the student debt has been going up. And then if we agree that it has been going up, it means the mechanisms that we had put in place currently are not yielding the desired result. That's the correct, because the desired result should be that they were able to collect as much as possible. Yes.
With a small proviso that the way we track debt,
Yeah.
time of the day. The way we track debt is we do it according to how long the graduates have been out of the system. So in principle, those who have been out of the system longer, their debt is lower. So they clear it over an extended period of time. So the data that you have is very recent in terms of that language of tracking people over time. Even though I think Honorable Lonzi was making the point about bad debt, I do want to concede that the longer the graduates have been out of the system, we tend to monitor that debt and then it starts to reduce over time. The debt is higher for those that are more recently out of the system, understandably. So the trends we're having are not necessarily put together from that perspective of tracking debt at an individual level and for how long they've been out of the system.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I come in here, Chair? I think the other issue that has been mentioned by the DDG is this one of NSFAS. The amount of debt which is attributable to NSFAS funded students is huge. And the chances of that debt being repaid while students are in the system or while students are unemployed is very much high. It has nothing to do with ability to recover debt or not to recover debt. It has a lot to do with what was mentioned, that these are students who are financially needy to start off with, who should not be accumulating any form of debt.
Yeah. Maybe I should have started by saying, I don't want to trick you, so let's not be technical. We agree with the shortcomings we have with NSFAS. We agree with that part. But the point we want to get to is what I think Honorable Lonzi argued with you earlier on, that the chances of somebody who leaves your institution as a graduate paying off the debt without a certificate is significantly higher, because they are likely not to find a substantive, I don't know how to put it, a job in what they've studied, because they can't prove that point. So that's the point I'm trying to.
So I would concede to that, Chair, and say we agree with that, and we would also be keen to have more effective mechanisms of recovering debt. It does not need to be the withholding of the.
That's where I was going. Maybe before I go there, Prof, let's hear.
It's occurred to me when I was listening to Honourable Lonzi about this, Chair, that when we observe our sector, the mechanisms by which debt recovery is effected are also very uneven. And so the success rates are also uneven. And what I think our current system does is to put the burden of that recovery on individual institutions with an uneven approach to it and an uneven capacity to do it well. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, what is even is that all of you are using a common method of withholding certificates. So maybe let's use that data or that variable in this instance. And that's what I want us to, for me to get to a point where we provide or we suggest possible solutions. We must agree that there are certain things that are common across all institutions. And one of them is that when a student owes, they don't get a certificate. That is the first thing that is common. And the second one, which I think we must all agree, I think we've agreed, Dr. Matutu, that you'll go and get us this information the way we wanted it. But what you will see there is that the number of certificates being withheld every year, and we can exclude NSFAS problems or NSFAS students and say, let's look at self-funded, for an example. What you will find there is that the number, maybe let's say in the past 5 years, the number of certificates being withheld has increased. 1. 2, the student debt has gone up. This self-funded student. So the reality is that this might not be the only solution. This might not be the best solution, but it is the most effective, or it is the best solution we have currently, because of what you said earlier on, that it will create an impression that after a certain period we can get this thing for free and create a bad precedent, which I fully agree with you on. But it's from a university's point of view, it's not working, in a sense that in the long run, actually in 5 years from now, the numbers might be triple what we have now. If we think the student debt is 6, it might be 200 million by that time. See, now I'm using Honorable Sol's maths.
Chair, you I know you, né? Just so you know, I used 108,000, not 188,000.
Oh, yes. No, you're
I
right.
used 108,000.
Okay. So
Not
you've been
180.
counting which one you'll come back there.
No, I don't. I just,
Oh, so you use 108.
I used 108.
Oh, no.
But it's okay. I
Made a
accept
mistake.
I was wrong about 188. But you see, Chair is going to do this for the rest of my life. Just like, but he wouldn't accept what happened to pirates. But with me, he's going to keep it. 108, yeah?
Yeah, no, you're correct. You know, Dr. Matut is glad that you also made a mistake because you are refusing to accept her mistake on the numbers of.
I
of
accept my
VUT.
mistake. My hands is up. I
Yeah.
accept my mistake.
Yeah. So you know what we're going to propose, vice chancellors and USAf, is that we obviously don't want to be. We understand. Okay, let me just to be on your side again to indicate that we understand that apart from the precedents being set, from an accounting point of view, you can't just clear this because some of your institutions have taken loans against this debt to build student accommodation, to do X, Y, and Z. So you'll not be able to clear it because now you'll have serious problems. We understand that part. And we're on your side. We're not saying go and clear this debt to be at zero. We also don't agree that somebody must say, let government come and pay this this debt, and then we start afresh. It's not responding to the problem. In 5 years' time, we'll be back here again, maybe at the lower rate, because the system or the structural problems will not have been resolved. So what we are proposing is to structurally correct the problem, and we'll then look at the system to solve the immediate problems here. And this is where we agree with the Honorable Loans is that we agree that certificates should be released. But how is the part where I think we're going to differ? How we're saying it is that it's unlike the private members bill that I've read, not all of it. I'm waiting for you to release it again, but from the part that I've read, there are certain elements where we don't agree with, because it has a tone that government must settle these things, which I don't think resolve the structural problem. For me, here's what we're bringing and we've canvassed it with a number of your vice chancellors, to say, let's say we take, what do you call it, when you do this thing called a guinea pig, a test. Yeah, let's test it. Let's say 2020, for all those who finish in 2025, from 2020 to 2025, so the 5-year period, we take a chance. We say this is the test. What is that word that they like? Huh? Pilot. Yeah, we pilot. You know, I don't like it because LSFAS piloted and they made a lot of wrong things there. So I was very angry at them, you know. So we pilot with 5 years. All 26 institutions, we say, Department of Higher Education, the Minister of Higher Education, the Director General of Higher Education, you go and sign, before we do this, you go and sign a memorandum of understanding with National Treasury and SARS, because it falls there, to say, these are the 20,000 certificates we are going to release. All we need is that you link this ID with an institution, because they get their certificates from that institution. So all those who graduated at UCT in this past 5 years, they, on the SARS, we create something, You can do it with AI, but problem is I don't want data of the students to be all over. So you say to SARS, using your AI, you create this from this MOU, you create this program inside your SARS system that once Tebogo gets an employment anyway and has an IRP 5 file, then it indicates to UCT that Tebogo has found employment. And therefore, you start making arrangements with Tebogo on how they are going to pay back. And you don't make this, you don't use this information to spy on them, but you then contact them and make arrangements. The alternate, which I was thinking hard about, and I knew you are not going to agree, is that maybe let's leave SARS out of it. Let it be an agreement between you and the student. And I know you're not going to agree because there are students now, like Honorable Ngubane, who NSFAS took them to school, to varsity. They are not paying, but they are working. So I know the argument we are going to make was that how do we then get that surety that they will pay? Yeah, I know. I know you have paid. No, I know you are paying. Yeah. Yeah, no, and I at least they paid. Yeah. Yeah. No, Honorable Ngubane paid. Yes. So, yeah, no, Honorable Ngubane paid. But the point I'm making is that there are people who, even when they can afford, don't want to pay. And I know if I came to you and said, take a chance, you're not going to do it because it does not help you. But I'm thinking this one. So we make a social compact here. The Minister of Higher Education, the Director General of Higher Education, go to National Treasury, sign this MOU that says, for the next 1 year, for the next 18 months, we're going to take a chance with these 20,000 graduates across the system. We release everybody who graduated from 2020 till 2025. We release their certificates with an agreement that National Treasury through SARS will notify their institutions where they graduated from immediately when they get employment. Then I know there are a lot of technical things that must happen. I can't go through them. But I'm saying, should we bring such a proposal to your doorstep? Obviously, if there's anything you want to add, you'll do so. Is that something that USAf would think about engaging with the view of agreeing? VC, I'll start with yourself.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We would support the spirit of that proposal and then have to work out on the details. And I'm sure there will be different avenues. The kind of things we would propose is, for example, for National Treasury to pay us upfront, and the money can be recovered through SARS by Treasury through a facility that can be created. Those kind of things can be considered, or at least for institutions that are in a more difficult financial situation. So those kind of things may come into play, but the spirit of that approach to relieve the pressure on the individual to access their qualifications, graduate, and all of that, we would support that.
Dr. Matutu, you are covered.
Certainly, I do think that the VC should make a decision and come to a conclusion on that one. But it sounds like a viable option. It's just that in my previous life, it required a change in legislation for that to happen.
Yeah, no. I'm happy it's something you'd be, because that's all we're asking for. There, like I said, there are a lot of plaques that needs to happen in order for it to come to life. And this, for me, this plan would mean that the university does not, is not pushed to a corner to release certificates when there's almost zero chance of recovery. And then in 10 years, when you are no longer there as the vice chancellors, the next council comes and say, no, but this one took a decision that plunged us into a crisis. And therefore, we go after them to pay off individually. So we don't want to put vice chancellors into that space. But I'm happy that you believe that this is something that you'd be ready to consider. We're also saying, it will give these students a huge opportunity to apply, for an example, to this advert of parliament that has came out now. It means they will have an opportunity, those who have studied what the advert wants. Or at the university when you advertise, So we believe that will work. But also, obviously, I hear that in some instances you might say that maybe National Treasury pay up front for this distress. It's something that obviously we'll have conversations about and check the viability of those things. Okay, Honorable Lonzi, maybe let me give you,
All right,
because I'm not done
just
with
very
my
quickly,
questions.
Chair,
Yeah.
on the Prof just got me thinking now about this idea of National Treasury paying up front. You know, during COVID-19, Chair, there was the so-called 500 billion that everyone spoke about. But what most people didn't understand about that 500 billion is that it was not literally 500 billion like cash that was hidden maybe under President Cyril's couches or something like that. It was at least, I think half of that, if my memory serves me well, was what was called loan guarantee schemes. And the idea behind loan guarantee schemes, especially at that time, is that government was saying, because businesses are so hit hard by this, we are going to give businesses surety that you can go access a loan from the bank and be able to do your business. And if, because of this crisis and many other reasons, you are unable to pay, we are going to take over that responsibility as government. So I'm not far from your proposal, Chair, but I don't want us to take away the responsibility from government. If government could do it during COVID-19, why can't we have a loan guarantee scheme-like approach even towards student debt so that we can guarantee the financial sustainability of our universities? The reality is that government must pay. But I agree, Chair, we don't want to bankrupt it.
Yeah.
But just a comment on what VC was saying.
Yeah, we have agreed here that the current funding model of bursaries in this country is not sustainable. We've just agreed. And now to also say government must just pay, it means we're moving away from the realities that are facing the economy of this country in the past 4 years has never grown above 1.8%. Actually, 1.8% is what we're hoping for this year. So to then want to suggest that what government must pay, I think we're going to create a big problem for. I will obviously not comment on the sofas. I don't know what you're talking about. But we see the excitement generally that's far from from reality. So the department, Prof. Lewin, this issue of, I'll give you, but this issue of comprehensive funding model, it's extremely urgent because there's no, let me tell you, there's no university in this country that will survive 5 years if NSFAS collapses tomorrow. In 5 years, we'll not have public universities. Yeah. And these universities, they are a factory of knowledge production for us here. So we must guard them. We must jealously guard them and their survival. So we can't afford to have a NSFAS that fails. Because even if they have got reserves, some of them, they will not survive 5 years, I can guarantee you. And therefore, where would we be? So we must, it is in the best interest of everybody in the system to make sure that NSFAS does not collapse. You guys as the department must give us this comprehensive funding model properly to say, like I said earlier on, you don't have a 2-year, 3-year student loan funding. You don't have, because you got a once-off from NSF and the CITAS. Now, yesterday when we were debating, that budget does not have a budget for the loans scheme. So when you must bring this thing as a matter of, maybe there's something you wanted to say, Prof. Let me hear you.
Thank you, Chair. I think this has been a really important discussion that we've had. By the way, I would hope that if Parliament, that Parliament as an employer would treat a certificate of completion from our public universities as equal to a certificate. And I would hope that all employers that are representative of government would do the same. A certificate of completion says this student has met every single requirement for the degree. They just have debt owed to this university. So I would hope that our parliament and every other employer in this country would treat it exactly as equal. And if they don't, I would hope that we would be made aware of it so that we can intervene with that employer, especially if it is a public employer. That's a separate issue.
Yeah.
I'm sure we agree, Chair.
No, I'm going to propose something. I was disrupted by Honorable Lonzo, but
sure.
The Department of Higher Education and Training, I'll go and get you your own adverts that says, if you don't have a certificate, we will treat this thing as your own. But I'm going to propose certain things. This was my second proposal that I'm coming with. The certification of completion, as it is, it does not, whilst we are dealing with this other part that we're going to deal with, we agree that we must probably change legislation, speak to Treasury, have this kind of thing. In the interim, I'm proposing that we must strengthen this value of your certificate. How do we do so? The certificate of completion. Let's strengthen it. And how do we do it? Firstly, we're proposing that we must have a document from the department working with USAf and SAPCO to indicate, and this document must be submitted. We'll have to look, DG will guide us, DDGs, whether it goes through the Department of Public Service and Administration, for all government departments to treat this document from these universities and TVET colleges as equivalent to a degree. Obviously, we may need to put in some security features, noting very naughty people. With one letter, they can create 50 of other people. But obviously, put in security features, verifications, whatever the case may be. But the letter as it is, the value of it is a bit questionable. So, but with the department, either we go to DPSA or the minister take it to cabinet for all for departments, so that at least this thing has got a value. We don't give these kids some document that will not make a difference. Obviously, we have to work with the USAf and SAPCO whilst we are dealing with the longer term, the structural problem that I've proposed earlier on. And two, the same thing you go and do, you go through probably the president and say, maybe when it comes from cabinet, you say, President, maybe let's take it either to NETLEC, bringing in business now. Business Unity South Africa, they must come, and for private companies to say, this is what this letter means. It just acknowledges the fact that I owe 35 rand to UCT, but I've completed, so treat this letter of Tebogo as equivalent to a degree. So this is what we might need to do as a matter of urgency, whilst we are waiting. And don't wait for us to call you again. Please take it further now to say we have resolved on these two. One, either DPSA, obviously you might need to get a legal advice. We're reading your presentation. You are very strong in getting legal advisors. Because if you said you got a legal advisor. So maybe go get a legal advice on the easiest path to getting the value of this letter of completion being recognized at that level. Because I receive, I don't know how many emails a day, and how many letters, how many calls a day of students telling us that, one, it's either some institutions, Dr. Matutu, don't give them these letters of completion. Yeah, some of them. Yeah, there's that, I'm telling you, back and forth. Yeah, not the letter. Okay. Now the letter, some of them had complained to us about the letter of completion. They've written many emails that I am at CUT or I'm at this, we're not getting this. Then we have to contact the register, who I must say in most instances, and they do help. I don't want to falter them. You see, me and registers were fine. The problem, Dr. Matut, is us and vice chancellors. No, I'm joking. No, CEOs are fine. CEOs, they've got loans, not me, so they, so, but we must agree that. Yeah, no, we're working on it, and then let's also agree that let's allow these kids to graduate. Let's withhold certificates. In other institutions, they are allowing them to graduate, but in others, they don't. Maybe take it to your executive. Please plead with them to say, let's allow them to graduate. We'll still keep these things, but they must pay for if they pay for graduation 300, let them go borrow. That one they must still pay. We're not saying you must take the full responsibility for that one, but let's make sure that at least even after paying, even after this thing of us passes, at least they don't go and graduate when they are now my age, and they've graduated, they finished when they were 21. So let's try and find ways there, Dr. Matut. And I know that because now we've agreed, I must confess, we've agreed with USAf that from now on, starting today, we're doing a joint press statement that we agree on everything that, that's the first, and then tomorrow we'll not see USAf releasing a statement and Parliament releasing a different one. So we're now starting on a right path. And we've agreed that we'll concentrate more on things we agree on. It's like a married couple. They don't agree on 100%. They agree on 7 out of 10. They concentrate on the 7. The 3 will discuss them as and when. You see, but if you concentrate on what you don't agree on, then you are going to divorce. We're not ready to serve divorce papers between Parliament and USAf. A very important strategic partnership we must have, making sure that the PSET sector becomes what it has potential of becoming. We must support our institutions, but also must ask our people, those who are not ready for exams, they must not disrupt us. I saw, as it Hall 29 adverts, it burned down yesterday. There was just fire there when people were writing exams. I saw. So I'm asking those who are not ready for exams, don't go to Mhlabialingan and cause unnecessary fires there for others who have prepared for exams. Honorable Governor, you had your hand up. You are fine. You have a follow-up. I'm just giving you 2 minutes of follow-up so that we're able to release our
Chair,
people.
I totally agree with you in the strengthening of the completion letter. But what I will say is that I don't think universities will agree. And the reason I don't think universities will agree is because if you make the completion letter have the same status as a degree, then it makes the process of withholding the certificate insignificant. In fact, it becomes almost null, in my view. Because the question that we must ask is, why is the university withholding the certificate? Because the silent message that the university is sending there, which of course they wouldn't say openly, is that it impacts a student negatively and punitively if they don't have the certificate. There are certain doors that they can't unlock. And they hope that that pressure that I will have as a graduate and my inability to unlock certain doors is going to fast track me wanting to pay back that money. So if there is an equivalent that can make me unlock all the doors, then maybe students will say, you can keep the certificate. If the completion letter can get me a job, they'll even frame the completion letter and not the certificate. But maybe it's a debate. It's my view. I may be wrong, but I think it's an ongoing discussion.
Yeah, I doubt the VC would agree with you, but
Honorable Chair, we want them to get to work. And we don't want them to be negatively impaired. If we could avoid that part, we would avoid it. It's just that that's the only thing we have to retain the relationship with them. It's the only thing that we have to retain a relationship. If we give them the certificates, there's no longer, and they graduate, there's no longer a relationship. It is because of that we hold on to it. It's not so much to put pressure on them and so forth. We engage with alumni, and when I get excited when one of our alumni managed to get a job with the assistance that we provide them, and they've paid back, and after a number of years they're coming to graduate. We celebrate that. We want that. So the intention there is not to prevent them from getting a job, it's not to impact them negatively, to put pressure on them. It's simply to have a mechanism to have a relationship with them, which is also why we are not trying to hold on to it. If we can remove that step and there is a better mechanism through SARS or something else, we will happily go with that approach. I hope that makes sense.
no, it does. Actually, I heard you on your slide 3 when you said that you don't take pleasure in withholding certificates, but you keep it because it's the last resort that you have as universities. He's raising a valid point that to some students who might get employment anyhow, it might not, having a degree certificate might not mean anything anymore. But we can, and I think it's good that he's raised it, because we can say either this thing must be renewable every 2 years, whatever the case may be, one, or we still go through the SARS issue. Once we have plugged in everything else, that we then get that through this letter, because this is a stopgap mechanism. The long-term goal, which deals with the structural problem, is the first one. The first thing that says the department through National Treasury must get this, must be surety to these universities that 5 years you release. That's the structure. You deal with the structural problem that will resolve even those who are still in grade 9 today. Their problems will be resolved then. This one that we're talking about, it's a stop measure. It's an interim arrangement whilst we are dealing with the bigger problem to say, let's increase the value of this letter. It won't last for 3 years, for 2 years, if we make if everybody here does what it's supposed to do in resolving the structural. Because if we only deal with this letter, we will not resolve the issue of debt tomorrow. It will still rise because of this and that. But I think it's a very valid point that you are raising, that also, will make us want to look at all blind spots. Because sometimes when you come with an idea, it does not mean it is a perfect idea. It requires people to open your eyes in the blind spot.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. I'm happy because you're saying it's a first temporal measure that we're trying to get while we're looking at a bigger picture of resolving the whole issue. I wanted to differ a little bit with Prof on saying that they part ways with university, with the student as soon as they finish their last year. It's not true. You already articulated the first one, which was alumni. I can tell you my example, Prof. When I was owing NSFAS, they have a mechanism. They found me working on my first job at Telkom. And then they kept on sending me a letter. And they pestering. There were letters in my house, at my home, every month. And I had to pay and finish. There is always a way. That's why, Chair, it's important. Let's give this student their certificate. And instead of paying these people who are chasing them for debt, let's pay the people who will trace them. Where you are now, where you're working now. As soon as you picked up, Mr. Ngubane, congratulations. We found out that you have been employed at Telkom as a senior specialist. Remember, you still owe this. Please, if you can pay maybe a bit by bit per month until you finish it, there is a mechanism. As soon as I graduate, definitely I will work in South Africa or somewhere else. But there is a way. It's not a forever parting of ways.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. We're almost at the end. The issue of this NSFAS related debt, Prof. I don't know if it's possible that we can ask these universities to break it down for us. So that, because we're likely going to have a situation where NSFAS and universities don't agree on a fee. And I don't think we should sit back and look at them not agreeing. I think we're part and parcel of the conversations, and we must participate in providing solutions. So I think maybe ask universities to break it down, the NSFAS related debt, almost the same way as the first one. The first one, obviously, we have postgraduate, undergraduate, South African, non-South African, dropped out on the system, graduated, first degree or first qualifications here, managed to do postgraduate here. We will just, break it down, including this one of NSFAS, because I really want us to have I don't understand why would NSFAS have a shortfall. Or for me, ne? I don't believe that. I've said it before. No, I'm telling you, I don't believe that NSFAS should have a shortfall. Because, you know, now we're voting for budget. We're saying we're giving you 50.5 billion. So you work from 50.5 billion going down. So if you input students that will make 60 billion, somebody must be held accountable. How would you do that? In fact, like I've said, I've been in this portfolio for long. I do believe there, honorable souls, that, what is the right word? They call them what? Not cartels. What is this? There's another word that I'm forgetting. I do believe that the syndicates that are working at NSFAS and they are paying co-students there. That is my view. I believe that there are people there who are actually, I also heard last week, Dr. Christians, that these people, how they do it, they enter into the system of NSFAS. I don't know how. They enter into the system, then they pay people. I'm told last week, the system had generated an income, a PO and payment. It was stopped at the final stages. But the system had generated, it was paying students for student accommodation, especially at TVET colleges, worth 2 million. Now, remember there was a big issue where students were paid accommodation amount and providers were not paid. We were told last week that when we arrived there, I think in 2019, 2020, they used to have a system, they used to call it the hand of God at NSFAS. So people at NSFAS would say, you'll enter the system and everybody here in the room is funded. And then it's Wednesday. On Monday, 5 of us are not on the system. Good, when you put in an ID number of this person that you printed from the same system on a Wednesday, on Monday, those people are not on the system of NSFAS. And the staff there, they used to call it the hand of God. They say God comes and removes people. And then in April, so this was in February, in April, these people appear on the system, they are funded. So we then told them, how do you use, for such a big institution, such a corrupted system? We went to National Treasury, begged for money, say, allow them to build their own system. National Treasury gave us 119 million. I've not seen where it went, because it gave us in 2 tranches, 59 million and 60 million. It was 119 million. So this matter of NSFAS members, I honestly, there was a company that was appointed, I think 2019, 2020, to do something else. And then we were told there by the people of Hand of God there, they say, this company then did some test. So in this test that they do there on the system, they realize that every day at 4 o'clock, the IT system of NSFAS gets hacked. Every day. There's obviously they try to fight, but ultimately the hackers get every day at 4 o'clock, South African time. Then around 12 o'clock, they leave. But when they check what happened on the system, they can't see what happened. Now, when you have a system like that, why would you not believe that this thing of ghost students are put at that time? And this is my view, that during that time, when these things are inside the system, when you are busy trying to fight these people fighting, they put this. AG said now, in 24, 25, got about 822 students. Deceased students. These are just deceased students. Now, you have a Home Affairs network or system aligned to you. So the reason why I'm saying it's a serious syndicate, because the bank itself, when you pay money into a bank account and this person is deceased, the bank will pick it up. So this syndicate has got people at Home Affairs who make sure that this life system of Home Affairs that has captured the deceased person does not interface with the life system of NSFAS. Then even if, you see, these are 822, I said the department must do a small forensic. You know, this one is simple. I'm not an accountant, but I can do it myself. I'll simply check. Okay, AG says these are the people. Now I go to the NSFAS system. I bring in the bank accounts of these people. I go to the banks and say, give me data of these people. I can tell you for free. You'll find that many of these accounts or this deceased student don't have individual accounts. They go into one account. Now, a bank should be able to pick that thing. It says NSFAS on the system. Because the bank is interested. I mean, when I went to Botswana, the bank withheld my SNT because it was paid from Namibia. They withheld, they said there's no money that enters. I know the banks does that. Right? So even this one, the bank will say, why this thing is saying NSFAS? But we've got 200,000 students of NSFAS who are getting 1.7. Why is this one getting 170,000? What's so special about it? The banks will pick that thing up. But I can tell you, when I say it's a syndicate, there's somebody there at the bank who's able to turn off that notification that turns red. If it says red, turns it back to green. Everything is fine. So, and I said, department, this is your time to shine. Put in a very reputable this thing, you can do it in 3 weeks. You write to the bank, I'm appointed, here's my appointment letter, terms of reference from the department, there's this thing, AG raised 800, worth of hundreds of millions, by the way. Take this thing, you go look at that, you will see that this thing is a syndicate. That is the department, I've not heard them say they are going to do it. I've not heard them. Hopefully they will. But this thing of NSFAS members, I think I'm a bit worried about the relationship between NSFAS and USAf. I know people are worried about our relationship with USAf. Ours is fine. But I'm worried about the relationship of USAf and NSFAS because there are certain things that you can tell that they should be able to resolve amongst themselves. And Tandy, the department must play a serious role here. Because we can't afford to have the universities pulling this way and NSFAS this way. You can afford them, to, you have to pull us sometimes, but we're not that important. That institution, NSFAS, can't fail. And this arrangement must happen as soon as possible. Convene them. Say, USAf, we want to resolve this problem. Let's sit down. Yes, NSFAS, you bring them down. Obviously, you might need to sit down with NSFAS first, understand what is it that they are saying, bring the administrator up to speed, but together go with USAF and sit down, and let's try and resolve this problem, because I see it from here that it might get very ugly very soon. You wanted to say something?
Chair, thank you. Yes, thank you for this. We will do that. We will engage with the DPSA. By the way, I think our adverts require qualifications. They don't require the certificate. But I will double check.
You want us to show you your adverts?
Yeah, I would love to see it,
Okay.
because I will take it straight to the DDG now and DPSA, and we'll sort it out. And the NEDLAC idea, I think, is also an important one. There are employers who will take on students with debt and agree to pay that debt and make an arrangement with their employee because they want that student. That student has a qualification and an outlook that they want in that company, and then they will make an arrangement. That happens all over the world, and there's no reason why it can't also happen here, especially in the private sector. Yeah, just to assure you, we're already working on the debt questionnaire. We've already done it before with USAf. We're just going to revive that so that we can get that detail. And it already looks at who are the foreign students and who are the South Africans, who are postgrads, who have left, how much debt does this one, how many students owe how much debt, below 10,000, above, between 10 and 50. So we will do that definitely quite quickly. I just want to say about the department, I just want to say a couple of things. In 2023, when NSFAS did the things that they did, we as the department and USAf, and Dr. Matutu was there, we met with NSFAS and we had very serious discussions. It is documented, it is in the public domain. But NSFAS went ahead regardless of what we were saying. So I'm just saying that is part of the history that is there, but it's a history that we are busy resolving. I do want to say also, Chair, that I think these are really useful solutions, and I think the spirit of the discussion is very important, and I agree with you that we all come from the same point of view. I think that we as a department know that there's not one solution to this challenge. We can resolve these issues, and we must do what we can in a staggered way. In the long term, we are not going to resolve anything if we don't solve the policy challenge that we have of the affordability and sustainability of this model, of the fact that every single government task team, all the way back to 2010 and beyond, made the same recommendations to government, that you will never be able to have a comprehensive model if you don't have a combination of bursaries and income contingent loans. And let me tell you that we have engaged with National Treasury very often, including post the Mtose task team in 2022. Government guarantees are pretty much the only way that you can get commercial banks to give. Student debt is not a good kind of debt. It's not like buying a house. So it's the only way you can get banks involved is to provide a government guarantee. And we need to do that. But what it means is that on the DHET needs to have the funding to underpin that government guarantee over a long period of time, when we're talking 15 to 20 years. So the work is there, the knowledge is there. We've known since 2016 what needs to change in the SARS Act in order to get information to SARS from the Ngasana task team. So some of these things require us to bring some of these things together. And over time, I think we could get to a more comprehensive model. It will require the political support of Parliament. It will require the support of Treasury, and it will require the support of Cabinet. But we are committed to doing it. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, you will meet with yourselves as NSFAS, and then with the issue of student accommodation and the cap. We must have a conversation. I still think how it was handled in 2023, it could have been handled better. I still have all the letters on my emails that universities wrote to NSFAS, which did not help the situation. I still have them. And the argument I make is that universities failed to expose NSFAS there, that you are literally throwing the system under the bus. Because all letters that came from universities, so we said, when this thing came, we said, firstly, we come from constituencies. The constituencies that we come from are your providers. They provide you with student accommodation. We know them because we come from the same towns with them. we stay in the same estates, same townships, go to the same churches. We meet with them in establishments. We know them. And we made, when NSFAS came and said, we are paying between 14 and 17 billion to student accommodation, and we've got no say in it. We said that is a Moregi tendency. I don't know how to put it, but where I come from, it's a Moregi. Moregi is somebody, like for an example, who is in a night arrangement, night establishment or nightclub, sitting with the guys here. But this guy is also paying for that table where he's not sitting. So they call him Moregi. So that table, this one has got beers only, that one has got champagne, but this one is paying. So that's what universities wanted NSFAS to be a Moregi of the sector, to pay 17 billion to student accommodation, including those that are external providers, the accommodation providers, without having a say. Where NSFAS doesn't know that, or government doesn't know the state of those residences itself. Actually, this thing compounded when Letaba TVET College, it was discovered that they had used somebody else's profile to accredit. So somebody gives me a profile, I apply. I say I've got 100 beds, but I don't take photographs of my accommodation because my accommodation is checks. I borrow from somebody, then I apply at Letaba. Letaba approves, gives to NSFAS. NSFAS pays these people at the time 4,000 rands. Until students that's only then we knew that. But and then when NSFAS did their own investigation, they found that no, this is the profile that you are showing us. It's not the profile on the system. We are paying for this. So we then said no, but that is the first. The second one is that your people at these universities who are accrediting these private accommodation providers were committing crime. They will say to these universities, firstly, the first instance, we charge NSFAS 6,000. Now, this is a university. NSFAS pays the university 6,000. The university pays these people 4,000. And then the university will come later when they want to explain, but no, it was, we're providing transport. But it was not there on the, you said accommodation. That is the first one. The second one is when they accredit these accommodation providers will tell me, I've got 1,000 beds. This university says at the beginning of the year I must give them 1 million. Or they don't accredit me. This one, they want 350,000. It depends on the size of the beds. And we said no. And in essence, these people, they also tell these accommodation providers, are not going to, if you come with 20 beds, for what? No, Chief, wait. We're dealing with big things. Now, the economic stimulus, it's not there for small businesses. So they close these small businesses outside. What did we say to NSFAS? We said to NSFAS, the only reason we agree you must play a role is because these ones, they've got these criminal elements. Don't go and be like them. What did NSFAS do? They went and became 10 times more. 10 times more. I even wrote to the former CEO. Okay, the former CEO, I was called in Vanabale Park. Those of you who knows Vanabale Park, because I had adopted VUT, because it's about 40 minutes from where I decided because it was under administration for the second time. I said, I'm adopting VUT at least once every month. I would go there, check if things are fine and all of that. And then I was called by those of you who knows Vanabale Park. You know that the language there in Vanabale Park, if you are light-skinned like me, it's Afrikaans. So they called us. They called me. They said, ons van praat met jou, kom hier so. I go there, sit with them, I listen to them. Mara Chief, Your people of NSFAS, they are doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I left there shaking. Eh? I called the CEO. CEO, your people, I don't understand these people. I don't know why. Kore, in Sesotho, I don't know how to put it, but in Sesotho, batswile pelo. So their heart is out. So batswile pelo. The way batswile pelo ka teng, they even go and solicit bribe from, when I take white people very serious. So imagine going to, if a traffic officer of a white person stops me, and then even if they ask for cold drink, I'm not going to give them. So I'm just saying. So these people don't even wait for these people to ask. They go and ask them. This guy says to me, "We've recorded them." Get what? Says, no, yes. And this is what they went to. They have an association. So I tell NSFAS, in fact, you are here, you are nearby. We're just going to open cases against you to be arrested because there's no such. So NSFAS itself, and that is why we see the mess we're seeing, Dr. Matutu, where accommodation that's not supposed to be accredited is accredited. But that does, you are accrediting the right things, but you're taking something from these people. These ones, they are taking something, but they are also accrediting those who don't need, who don't have to be accredited. So what we felt at the time is that universities, because they did not like that NSFAS wants to play a role, they decided to say, no, we'll see. Now I'm telling you, Prof. Lewin, that's what we saw. Because even when you read the letters of the universities, we said to them in a meeting, let each institution make its case. For an example, I did not personally think that a person studying at Ungoy or the accommodation Ungoy should be rated with the accommodation in Cape Town. It doesn't make sense. I personally did not think that's the correct thing to do, right? But UCT had an opportunity to say, this is where I differ with you. One, I have active, no, the letters, I'll release the letters. I have them, I'll actually send them to you on WhatsApp so that you see, because I have them on my email. No, leave the media release. The media release does not speak to individual facts. Yeah, because we said make a case for each institution. Say, as UCT, firstly for external people, I've already signed leases for the next 3 years. And this is how much I've signed. Now, if you give me something less than this, now you're making a compelling case. If you give me something less than what I've signed, I will be held accountable to pay for the remainder of this thing. That's the first point. And because I don't have this money, I would have to put it in my tuition to recover it. Now you're making a serious case for the department to listen. UCT does not do that. I can tell you I do have, no, I will release those, I'll give you those letters. No, you must no, to us. We asked for them in the committee. We asked for those letters to be sent. We have them. That's the first compelling case you make. The second one, you say, we are in the metro of Cape Town, and we don't pay the same rates and taxes as somebody who's in Zululand, for an example. It's a second compelling case. Then, you list all of these things. I would have been the first one to support UCT, to say UCT has made a compelling case. The problem with your letters, they are almost the same, all of them. We don't agree with this thing. I think some of them even said, Dr. Matutu, you don't even have a mandate to enter this thing of accommodation. This thing of accommodation. In fact, go and show us the report you relied on to get to this 4.5, which is the basis of the letters. Your letters were saying, one, you don't have a basis for 4.5. Where did you get it? In fact, I even said to NSFAS, the chair was Philip Mapula, I even said to NSFAS at the time, NSFAS must consider going to the Competition Commission to check, are we really, because I made an example about vets. I said there in Brandfontein, you have, by Metro Center there, you have accommodation on your left, less than 300 meters there by Nando's. You have residential flats, same area, same streets. No? This one, they wanted to charge us 7,300 for a bed. For a 2-bedroom there, they were charging 9,500. That 2-bedroom was fully furnished with the kitchen. There's a kitchen and a sitting room almost combined, and 2-bedroom with two toilets and a parking downstairs. 9,000. So I said, price per square meter of education is too expensive than for these ones who are working in South Africa. And I said, let's first go approach the competition. The price of education in South Africa can't be that expensive. And that's the argument we made that time. NSFAS did not cover themselves in glory. They went and did whatever they did. They, over and above that thing, they then went and appointed companies without, by the way, they advertise for something. Then they appoint people to pay accommodation. Something that was not even there. We have asked them there to open criminal, because these 4 companies, they did not apply to be solution partners of paying accommodation. There's no advert like that. We told them, open cases here, department. They've not done so. So NSFAS has got serious problems. And their problems, I don't want them to affect these universities. So must try by all means to cushion this university. But these universities as well, we can't want people to pay 106,000 but for accommodation. No, you are not helping us to fight this battle with you. We want to help you. But UP was here with us. UP says to us they spend 150 million on maintaining their residences. Then we say, let's take the lowest amount that you charge in accommodation. We put it here. We put it against the 8,000 beds that they have. They make 600 million. So I'm asking them, and we're taking the lowest. We did not take the highest. Why would you want, and majority of these people are NSFAS. Why don't you say, okay, these residences will be for NSFAS students? Because clearly you are making 4 times more. So this thing, accommodation to you, is a profit. But it now becomes a profit against these kids who don't afford. Or this government that doesn't afford to pay for this accommodation. Because this government is even failing now to pay you or to give you the subsidies and grants that you need. And they tell you that they don't have that money. But you want to charge them 4 times more. It doesn't make sense. So we must have this on the student accommodation. I'm willing, we can have a colloquium actually. Honorable Loans, we can say, let's have a 2-day colloquium with the universities. Let's talk about this, because some of these residences of yours that you are talking about, you said is a holistic student life. When we enter these residences, we don't see that 9,000 that we are charging there. We don't see it. The 9,000 you talk about, remember we go to these residences of yours to do oversight. These are our constituencies who are deployed there. Then you say, no, this one, remember, yeah, student life, this one is quite expensive. But when we enter there, we don't see the student life. By the way, some of these people do even write to us distressed, because they don't even get that even mental support at these residences that we're talking about. So we might need to have a serious 2-day colloquium, 2 days, have speakers from everyone, have speakers from private accommodation, your own accommodation, because some of them, they even say, by the way, we get paid this much, but chief, this thing doesn't come easy. You ask yourself, it doesn't come cheap. They say that it doesn't come cheap. You ask yourself, what is this person saying? They are being accredited, but no, for accreditation 5 years. And then they say, but that thing doesn't come cheap. You realize, or here we're dealing with codes, coding. The names are coded, or the language is coded. Honorable Lenzi, you wanted to say something?
No, I was saying, Chair, you can give me that task of competition commission. Since NSFAS failed you, I'm willing to take up that responsibility.
Yeah, no, I think you must do it, because Honorable Kakao, when we have somebody that has some problem with the law, Honorable Kakao opens a case. So I think so we've given a title of being our what do you call this? Detective. She's our detective. Lonzo wants to be the ombuds of competition. Yeah, competition commission on student accommodation. So, Dr. Matutu, I think we've covered everything. The issue of student accommodation, we'll talk about it some other time. Today we're releasing a joint statement on
Chair, I think we just need to outline two elements. One, this one of student debt has been identified by our funding strategy group as a big issue.
Yeah.
And the ways of managing this debt is an area that they are working on. So we would really appreciate quite thought through options that perhaps we can get through ANELE emanating from this meeting. This one of student accommodation is an area that Universities Canada has worked on together with their parliament, trying to get access for their students and also trying to find ways and means of getting that accommodation to be affordable. So this is a project that perhaps we need to seriously look at. Cities such as Cape Town, rather than finger pointing at universities, just think about it in a holistic, bigger way. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, we're not finger pointing. We're together. We're on the same page on this one. We'll have, if you have that document, maybe if you can share with us the Canada one.
They are working on it.
Oh, they are working on it. Okay. No, it's fine. Yeah, but we'll look into it. Of course, we want accommodation to be accessible to everybody. Must not be seen to be a serious commodity for those who can afford. And we'll play a role, all of us, in making sure that those who must graduate will graduate, and they will get their certificate. They are able to participate in the mainstream economy. They are able to take their families out of the bondages of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And I believe that all of us here are on the same page as far as that is concerned. I've not, for once, ever thought universities enjoy keeping certificates, and I've never thought so. And I'm happy that you confirmed it today, that you want to release them, but obviously you need that surety, because if not, by the way, in the next 10 years or so, the next council might hold you personally liable for causing the university some serious financial harm. And so we are on your side. We'll work with you. The department must play a critical role in resolving these issues between NSFAS and USAf and the universities. As a matter of urgency, let's find out. Let NSFAS bring their data, bring your own data. Let's do those things. We might need to call SIU Tandy urgently to finish that closeout project at NSFAS, because it has been happening now since when? 2022, 2023. It has been long, honestly speaking. Might need to call SIU to come and tell us when are they finishing. If my record serves me well, they were supposed to finish around 2024 or so, and then they required an extension, and so we might need to close out that closeout report as a matter of urgency. For us to do that, we will write to the minister to ask them to give us an update, to give him an update, and then we'll then write to them ourselves to request that update and interact with them directly. And if members are not happy, we might need to elevate that to the president to expedite that process. Because honestly, it's causing a bit of a big issue between the institutions. And by the way, it was up until 2022. The same project might need to resume soon from 2023 because of what you spoke about in your opening. The systems that we must have, that must be able to communicate independently of universities and NSFAS are not still there. And that is a big problem. So the operating model of NSFAS, and like I said, we've asked money from National Treasury in 2023, I think, for them to get this money, to build this system. So NSFAS can't continue in this fashion. The operating model of NSFAS should be able to communicate to the system of universities. We're making an argument last week that you can register at UNISA in 2026 and do 4 courses out of 8 for your diploma. And then in 2030, you go and finish there. When you enter there, if that course has not been barricading, when they stop it there, if it discontinued, the system will pick you up that you did this, you've got credits, 60 credits, you need 60 credits to complete the 120. So why is NSFAS systems so difficult to communicate? We're in an era of artificial intelligence. Even myself, I entered there, I put a picture, this AI thing that creates a video. Can't we honestly have, we've got so much technology before us, for us to struggle with these things. So we might need to honestly have Tandy, this meeting with NSFAS as soon as yesterday, because there's serious problems that I'm seeing that is going to. The Prof. Balim report, it's extremely important, it's extremely beautiful. It's very objective in my view. It tells us that the view of these ones who are saying close NSFAS and give it to universities is not scientifically supported. It's an anti-intellectual slogan. And I made that point yesterday to the DA that I know this is your slogan, but it's not supported by anything. However, we're willing to listen to your suggestions. One of the reasons I don't agree that the bursary scheme must go to universities is obviously how NRF has been run at these institutions. I've got a huge problem. Prof. Dr. Matutu, you spoke about it at the beginning, that this NRF funds about 10% of, less than 10% of those who are doing postgraduate. And NRF was created to close the gap for South Africans to get this PhD and all of that. But if you go to these institutions and look at, does NRF fund these South Africans that it was created for, you'll find problems. I can tell you now, I know for a fact that we're taking South African government's money that has been created to fund these South Africans to close the gap so that they are able to participate at an international level. Then you fund international people with that fund. So we're going to. That's for another. No, that's for another meeting. That one I know we're not going to agree with USAf on it, but it's for another meeting. So we've got
Is
data.
it universities or NRF?
No,
I think let's make up our mind.
No, NRF gives it to you. Gives it to universities to facilitate it and administer it, and it's done otherwise. But we'll get to that part. I've already spoken about the issues of student accommodations, which I don't agree with. But it's something we must have. I challenged the DA. I said I'm going to pen an opinion piece on it, on why it's anti-intellectual, pedestrian, and cheap political slogan, a cheap political slogan for you to say those things, that NSFAS must rather be closed and be sent to universities. The argument, what is that report that came before the Prof. Balim report? The higher commission. The higher commission said, take it to the banks and let this thing be done there on a merit base. I don't agree. I don't agree that a Tebogo Letsie who goes to a school in Orange Farm, who stays in a shack, bedroom shack, doing matric, must be compared to Honorable Ngubani with 7 tutors, who has a electricity at home every day, who has, internet to research some of these things. And we are saying, no, this Tebogo from Guguletu must only get a bursary if Ngubani from Kuro does not want it. No, I don't agree. I think NSFAS should operate, or the bursary scheme should operate the way it is to pay for the needy. Imagine, Honorable Lonzi, you aren't able to access a university on financial basis because we are paying for Tebogo, whose parents paid 300,000 per annum last year. When I went to a school where you paid 50 rands, just to pay security, because you come from a non-fee paying school. I don't agree with that notion. So us and the DA will have a serious discussions about. No, it's not a family problem. I also had Julia saying it, agreeing with the DA, so it's a relative problem of the DA and EFF. Thank you very much, members. I want to thank you, Dr. Matutu and your team. Really appreciate. Send our regards to the rest of the executive. We must tell them that like any other relationship, distance creates problems. But when we are here, we work together. Yeah, so department, thank you very much. I allowed the DG to leave. He had to rush to PE. There's some student issues that he was required to be. So you'll speak to me on the side. Or it's something that you want to say in the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll say it here in the meeting because You engage universities for a very long time. In fact, you are addressing them, and we were left out. So I really appreciate the engagements with the universities, but I believe the solution that you have reached with them is not applicable to us for various reasons. Reason number one, some time back, and I think it was also alluded to here, universities got a relief for their historical debt, 900 and what have you million, close to $1 billion. TVET colleges got zero, nothing. Secondly, the debt owed to TVET colleges can be affordable. It's just under 3 billion rand. So then what we are suggesting is, I understand why you will have to enter that kind of agreement with the universities. You are talking 29 up to 59 billions, etc. So with us, it's just around 3 billion. That is just an e-wallet. Thank you very much, Honorable Lonzi. It's a quick one. So we are saying, yes, we are holding stiff case because the students are owing us, and it's not a pleasure or a joy for us to do that. But it also affects what the Honorable Member Christian said, to say, therefore it affects the issue of colleges purchasing latest technology in terms of delivery of programs. So our proposal then is this, that Treasury or the department give us that 3 billion, and we hand over the debt to the department or to Treasury, and then Treasury can then link the owners of those certificates to SARS and what have you, then they recover the money. Because colleges, as we speak, they don't have the masculine that the universities have in terms of trying to manage all these things linking to SARS, etc. You will understand that most of the colleges, most of them are in rural areas where even the issue of connectivity for their daily operations becomes a problem. So on that note, we don't have a problem. If somebody else can fund the debt that is being owed, we don't care what color of skin is that person, we don't care where the money comes from. If the money can come in, and then we can, I remember one member was talking about selling the debt. We are saying as TVET colleges, we are selling the debt to the portfolio committee, which obviously has called us here to say, can we talk? Whether the money will come from Treasury or from DHET, that for us is not a problem. Because we don't want to come to a situation where we say we want to avoid issue of debt. Because I can tell you what is the best way. The best way is like what banks do when they give you a car. You skip 1 month, they notify you, you skip the next month, then they repossess. So we cannot go to a situation where we say, if a student is owing, we chase him and we chase him out of a classroom, because that will now be talking to the issue of access to education. So as much as we do sympathize with the students, we are happy that you called us here to say you are willing to pay us that money. Thank you very much. I don't want to say pay back the money, no. We just want you to consider that. Thank you very much. The other one which I said I will talk to, Kasipedi, we say, setlhare sa gole se epya ka re re tswele solo. So that means you might be looking for a certain medication, but it's far. You cannot start a trip just for that. But whilst you are going to do other things, and then you remember that, no, this kind of medication I can find in the Western Cape where we are. Although I came to the portfolio committee, and then they, at UCT, I've got a course that I can, after this meeting, then go to them. That is what it means. One of the things that I know very well, and we are supportive of, it is not related to student debt, but I just said maybe we may not see you in a very long time. It affects the issue of occupational programs. Currently, the registration stands at 16,751.
Yeah, we're going to have a meeting with the department, yourselves, and QCTO on this thing of occupational programs. We have agreed that we spoke about it last week or a week before, that there's certain data that is not make sure. So we'll call you. So is it it will not wait for that meeting. You want it to be had here.
No, it's fine. It depends as to when is that meeting, because somebody once said to us the wheel of government turns very slowly,
Yeah.
which might be meaning the meeting will take place next year.
Yeah, no, you are
but,
government.
But what is happening now
We're
is
not government, so the
Okay.
wheels that are turning slow are yours. No, we're having that session next time. We're closing now in June. Then next we're starting first week of August. So we'll have that meeting next term, which is in August. So maybe let's have that conversation there, because I don't want you giving us a bomb and QC2 can't respond, or somebody responsible. I know you are speaking on behalf of colleges. Look, I know some of, in my constituency where I'm deployed, I've got, even where I come from, I've got TVET colleges. I go to them, and I know their frustration, and I suspect you are going to tell me about your frustrations about the readiness of the program, or the non-supportive nature of this program of QC of occupational. So maybe let's leave it for that time.
No, thanks, Chairperson. No problem with that. We'll see how to deal with the issues that will emanate as from July, because NSFAS, for example, funds a student for accommodation, and accommodation is a stone throw to the campus. Now, when it comes to workplace, a student must now relocate, pack his bags, and in terms of rural colleges. Now, this student will now go to 150 kilometers away. NSFAS says they cover accommodation, and we're not sure, because that accommodation, the likelihood that it is not accredited is 95%. Because how do you accredit a place that people just build, etc.? So NSFAS will not go to that extent, because you're talking of one student there, some few students there. So that is the first challenge. The second challenge is that students will then be expected to travel even when they are there. I don't know of a mine who has got a next door, which is a township. So in all instances, people have to, even if they move to that area, they still have to travel. And NSFAS does not cover both. But like you said, probably I hope the problem will not be that significant, because it worked very well with the non-trades, hair care and what have you, because you have got salons around. But when you deal with the issue of trades, it becomes a very serious challenge. But Chairperson, we would like to thank you very much for the opportunity, and thanks a lot.
Yeah, I know you're making an example, but I must try another one, because where I come from, where there's mines in Carltonville. So there's a place called East Driefontein, and there's Scomplas. So people who stay here, it's a big township of people who stay in the mine. They are literally 300 meters from the shaft. So you said you don't know of a mine where there's community. I thought, let me just, I know it is an example. The point has been heard and accepted, but I thought I must just tell you. Yeah, there's also Marikana, where Honorable Lonze had the program last time, 3 weeks back. Yeah. So thank you very much, members. The issue of the Balim report on TVETs, it's something that I don't know why the department has not implemented from few years ago. We could be sitting here saying, we have done this thing before. These are the challenges. Can it be done moving forward with the trade, occupational certificates, whatever the case may be? So my view is that the report of saying, let's pay for everybody at TVET colleges, because that's what the report said. Let's pay for everybody at TVET colleges, and fund it more. The issue of transport for people who are doing work integrated learning, we've said one department must have, Tandi, we are repeating this one department must have one plan. If NSFAS does not fund this. We know does not fund these kids when they are on work integrated. There must be a closer collaboration between these TVET colleges, these private companies, and these SETAs. Because you, by the way, as principals of as TVET colleges, a student comes learn to be an electrician. You don't have, you allow them to register, but you don't have agreements with electrical companies for these kids to go and do practicals there. And that is why some of them, they've written to us that I was doing hospitality, and I was placed at the municipality, I'm a clerk. No, I'm telling you, it's there, it's happening. You want us to give you that data, I will give it to you. I told you we come from these communities with these people. So there must be better collaborations at a strategic level where you guys, the department, SETAs, go and sign MOUs, relevant MOUs with the relevant people, with the SETAs, with the private sector, so that we're on the same page. So before DDG Zingu leaves, let's thank all of you for coming. The meeting is now adjourned. I don't want you to leave early, man.